So I recently passed the 3,000 day mark in my hardcore world, and because I now have irrefutable evidence that there are thousands of you who use my videos to fall asleep at night, I thought I'd do us both a favor and create my longest video yet by combining my entire hardcore series into one giant movie. In it, you'll get to see everything from my humble beginnings on the beach to all the cool projects I've completed over the last 2 years. You'll also get to watch me go from someone who had never created a YouTube video in his life to someone with years of experience. So I promise the video quality only gets better the longer you watch. Whether you're one of those people trying to fall asleep, or you're just looking for some background noise to study or game to, I hope this video helps. Those of you who have been following my channel for a while now know that I have never done a sponsorship before. And that's because I've always held the standpoint that I owe it to you guys to only promote products that I would genuinely use myself. So when Opera GX reached out offering to sponsor this video, it felt like a no-brainer to say yes. I've been using Opera GX since I built my first PC over 4 years ago, and one of my favorite things about it is the customization. With GX mods, you can create a browser experience that is completely unique and tailored to you, and the people at Opera GX made me my own mod to prove it. It has a custom animated wallpaper, a theme that uses my channel colors, custom keyboard sounds, sound effects when opening and closing tabs, perfect, and then that was it, and even background music. But maybe you want something that's a little less Aust themed. Over in the GX store, you can install all kinds of cool mods. This Minecraft one comes with the classic Minecraft music. And the best part is, you can mix and match them all. Want my mod with Minecraft music and some custom colors? Just enable the modules you want in the mods page. The possibilities are quite literally endless. Opera GX isn't just about the looks either, it's got brains. Over in the sidebar you can find quick access to the AI tools like ChatGPT. Maybe you want to know how long a Minecraft day is in real time. The integrated AI tools have you covered. Still trying to run Minecraft on a potato? Opera GX can help with that too. With built-in CPU and RAM limiters, you'll be able to have as many Minecraft wiki pages running in the background as you want, without needing to worry about lag or FPS drops, unlike some other browsers. But what if you have all your important stuff, like bookmarked pages, browsing history, and passwords, saved in one of those aforementioned browsers that shall not be named? Don't worry, there's still hope for you. With Opera's quick import tool, you can bring all of your stuff with you and be up and running in no time. Give Opera GX a try using the link in the description or the pinned comment. And thank you to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Now, let the movie begin.
In standard fashion, the first thing I needed was wood. Lucky for me, I spawned in a tree and I instantly spotted a shipwreck along the beach. I got some wood and decided to loot the shipwreck before making any tools. In the shipwreck, I found iron, lapis, a coal helmet, and some nasty looking soup. Using the iron, I made myself some iron gear, skipping wood and stone tools completely. I grabbed some more wood and some sugarcane, and climbed a tree to get a better view of my surroundings. Jumping down, I noticed there was some lapis in the water, so I mined it, thought about following the shiny light, and decided that I didn't want to drown. Back on the surface, I introduced myself to the local wildlife and continued my journey inland. At the top of a hill, I spotted a few pumpkins, collected them, and high-fived a cow. I ended up next to a river and decided it would be easier to make a boat. I was starting to get hungry, so I cooked some food and thought about eating the nasty soup I found. To make things interesting, I decided I would save it and eat it on day 100. During my trip, I made a quick stop to mine some coal, then continued sailing. The sun was already setting, so I was thinking about stopping for the night when I turned around and saw a village, the perfect place to start out. I looted the chests, locked the villagers inside their houses for their own safety, and went to sleep. Except I didn't. In this episode, I'm not going to be sleeping at all, because I need as much time as possible to complete all my goals. I went back outside, high-fived some more cows, and got ambushed. Then I stole this nitwit's potatoes and killed my first zombie. I found some armor stands with some iron armor and completely forgot how armor stands work. Luckily, this creeper helped me out with one of them, and I remembered that I could use my hands for more than swinging an axe. With half a set of iron armor, I made my way over to an empty house and claimed it as my own. I emptied my inventory into a chest, cooked some food, and from what I could hear going on outside, I was probably going to need it. I stepped outside and immediately got attacked by a baby. Lucky for me, most of the zombies were stuck. I'm not sure what these things are supposed to be, but they're great for trapping mobs. I spent the rest of the night trying to get a zombie for my future iron farm, but not a single one would pick up an item. On day 1, I wasted no time and began digging out a room for my iron farm. I went back up to the surface to grab some beds and noticed an azalea tree right next to the village. I decided to come back and explore this later. I continued working on the farm, and definitely didn't refer to a tutorial or anything. My iron pick broke while making the farm, so I upgraded it to stone. Wait, what? That night, I released the villagers, and to my surprise, they actually made their way down to the farm on their own. I was so happy that I jumped down the hole, and yeah, this was way too close. I sealed the villagers into their new home, then went back up to the surface to get a zombie for the farm. Before I could, I was surrounded by 3 creepers and a skeleton. This skeleton was insane. He tried using the creepers as a weapon, but I was saved by my shield. Realizing his mistake, he tried to escape in my boat, but I was too quick for him. I started a zombie train, and finally got a zombie to pick up an item. He fell right into my trap, and I could already hear the iron farm working. But in order to finish this farm, I was going to need some lava. On day 2, I made a field for a wheat farm, and collected a bunch of seeds. 2, to be exact. And I realized I was going to have to find a place with more grass if I wanted to finish this farm. But first, I needed to finish my iron farm. After a little exploring, I found a plains biome and thought it might have lava. I stumbled across a cave that had a light coming from the inside, got excited, and realized it was just lichen. I decided to go a little deeper and actually found lava. When I got home, I placed the lava in the iron farm and found 2 pirates having a staring contest. I saved them from a zombie and locked them into a house where they can continue in safety. As the night was ending, I built a collection system for the iron farm and made some boots and pants to complete my first set of iron armor. Day 3, I went back to the plains biome and collected a bunch of seeds, this time more than 2. As the sun was setting, I noticed a village in the distance and decided to pay it a visit. I made an iron hoe and borrowed some of their hay. They had plenty, so I didn't think they would mind. During this, I noticed another village not too far away. I was high-fiving some cows, and this skeleton didn't like it. I blocked his next shot and it still hurt me somehow. I turned around and noticed a creeper behind me. It was a perfect opportunity to get a music disc, so that's exactly what I did. After that, I found one of SpaceX's old landing sites, grabbed some emeralds, and didn't panic at all on my way down this mountain. I visited the local library, found a free brewing stand, and visited a second library because knowledge is power. Day 4, I made it back to my base, planted the seeds, and realized I couldn't count. Then I built a sheep pen because I was going to turn wool into diamonds. I spent the rest of the day organizing my items and made a new chest for my most prized possessions. I wanted to save these items to remind me of my humble beginnings once I was rich and famous. That night, I experienced my first phantoms and fought bravely for a few seconds before cowering under this tree and running back into my house. Knowing I was going to have to get used to phantoms if I wasn't going to sleep, I made a new axe and went back outside to face the phantoms. I started off day 5 by making 2 new fields, one for carrots and another for potatoes. Then I found a few sheep and showed them the place they'd be staying for the next 80 days. I grabbed a few more sheep and bred them. The more sheep I could get, the faster I'd get diamonds. For the rest of the day and night, I faced my fear of the dark by placing as many torches as I possibly could. On day 6, I spent an embarrassingly long time working on this entrance to my mine. Needless to say, I'm not the best builder, but at least I had a place to get some stone. Then, I spent the next 24 hours in-game role-playing as a lumberjack. In all seriousness, I wanted to clear out an area for future builds, and this had the added benefit of taking away more areas mobs could hide. I actually ended up with a decent amount of wood at the end. For what was left of day 7, I planted some oak saplings and got the materials I would need for my next project. On day 8, it was time to build a wall. Before I could let the villagers out of their houses, I needed a way to protect them. I placed a rough outline of where I wanted the wall to be, and then ran into a problem. If I wanted this place to look good, the land separating the two rivers needed to go. So I added it to my to-do list and continued building the wall. And if this isn't the most beautiful build... okay, yeah, this is gonna need rebuilt later, but it'll work for now. At night, I began the 2-day project of uniting these two rivers. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring myself to destroy the nitwit's house. I had already stole his life savings and locked him in my... Oh wait, no, it's gone. On day 11, the terraforming was complete, and I was actually quite happy with the result. The bottom of the river was very natural looking, and thanks to all that digging, I'm no longer dirt poor. I spent the entire night adding the back layer to my wall. And I've gotta say, I think it's looking less ugly than before, so mission successful? On day 12, I released the villagers from their homes. I also placed as many beds as I could fit in each of their houses. Rumor has it that half of the village population mysteriously disappeared into a hole in the ground and was never seen again, so I had some repopulating to do. The next day, 2 of the villagers retired from their day jobs and became farming partners. Wanting to show my support, I gave them some of the nitwit's potatoes and they loved them. A lot. Then I found a cat in the village and was admiring its beauty when come on man, personal space. I made a fishing rod so I could get fish to feed the cat, but they didn't seem interested. So I jumped into the water and did some convincing. I'm really good with animals, so all I had to do to befriend it was chase it through the forest and cut off its only path of escape. I gave my new BFF the task of guarding the gaping hole in my wall, and now my defenses were impenetrable. I also fought my first Enderman. He may have had the reach advantage, but I had the low ground. Day 14, I decided to destroy this entire forest. Looking back, I'm not exactly sure why I did this. I still had plenty of wood and I didn't need oak for anything, but hey, at least I replanted most of them. I guess I couldn't just leave the trees alone. That night, while pondering if lava is wet, I grabbed 10 buckets of it. On my way home, I found this cute bunny. Surrounded by mobs, I thought it would be the perfect time to test out a new weapon I'd been developing. But it clearly wasn't ready yet, so I made the brave decision to run away. I started off day 15 by using the lava I collected to make my first nether portal. It was still pretty early for a nether trip, but I needed the blaze rods for potions if I was going to become rich. As I was finishing my fastest portal ever, I heard some weird sounds coming from one of the houses. But I'm sure they're fine. Needing a piece of flint, I grabbed my only gravel and managed to get it on the first try. Before entering the nether, I made a new set of iron armor from the ingots the golems gifted me. I hung up the old set and baked myself some pies for the journey. Before entering the portal, I traded my life savings for some arrows, and I was ready to go. Entering the nether for the first time, I was greeted by a ghast who instantly tried to kill me. I couldn't believe I spawned right next to a fortress. Wasting no time at all, I entered the fortress, killed my first blaze, and felt a warm tingly sensation that turned out to be fire. I healed my burns with bread, and turned around to notice 2 blaze spawners back to back. This would be perfect for a blaze farm if I ever needed one. I declined the tall skeleton's request to give me a hug, and proceeded to clear out the fortress. I found some nether warts, extinguished this guy who was on fire, and nearly ended up taking a very warm bath. In the fortress, I found my first diamonds, a saddle, and some horse armor. I found some more skeletons that were too tall for their own good and wasn't at all jump scared by this ghast. I taught him a quick lesson and made my way over to the blaze spawners. Fighting blaze in iron gear is very risky, but it was something I had to do in order to make potions. Several 4th degree burns and an iron axe later, I had gathered 20 blaze rods and decided it would be enough to not have to visit my fiery friends again, or at least until I had better gear. I gathered some bone blocks, soul sand, and spent the rest of day 16, all of day 17, and most of day 18 mining gold. Mining is boring, so I'll save you the trouble. When I got back from the nether, I combined all the golden nuggets into ingots, and used the brewing sand I borrowed to make potions of weakness. Using the gold, I made 8 golden apples. At night, I captured a zombie so that I could introduce him to my villagers, but it turns out he never learned to swim, so I ended his suffering. On day 19, I began making an exquisite trading hall where I could conduct my business. Then, I turned wheat into sheep and found a new zombie friend for my villagers. As I was giving him a tour, an angry baby found a gap in my defenses. Using my quick reaction time, I trapped him in a boat, but the baby's twin brother had arrived and showed off some juke moves that would make Dante Hall blush. With my pride and my ankles broken, I tried to hide in one of the houses, but this little guy was relentless. I had no choice but to hold my ground. After putting the babies down for a nap, I returned to my trading hall. Using what I had learned from these things, I made one of my own at the back of the trading hall to hold my new zombie. Now, my trading hall was complete, but I decided to wait until more of the baby villagers grew up to start using it. I mean, come on, what do you think this is? Day 21, I built my first tower for the village. I wanted to make the roof out of acacia wood, but I didn't have any, so I didn't build the roof. The tower was looking decent, better than the wall at least, but I'll be upgrading it with the rest of the wall later on. That night, I was scarred for life. Now that the villagers had grown up, I selected 3 lucky gentlemen and proposed a deal. Once they were settled in their new offices, I locked in their trades and introduced them to their new friend. Except he didn't trust them yet, because he couldn't see their faces. So, on day 23, I raised the roof and rejoiced at the sounds of new friendships being made. After giving them their first cure, I met some friendly sea creatures and dyed some of the sheep for future sales. Once the villagers were cured, I organized another meeting with their friend and repeated the process. After that, I noticed my iron farm was no longer working. I thought it was this guy's fault, and it turns out that new weapon I've been developing works after all. I organized the final meeting, but I accidentally locked eyes with the zombie and he came out to see me. Iron Man showed up to save the day, and this made me very happy. Because I interrupted the meeting, only 2 of the villagers were converted. I tried to fix it by opening the trapdoor, but it opened the opposite way I wanted it to, and chaos ensued. I went back up to the surface, hoping the problem would fix itself, but when I tried to go back down, another escaped. Luckily, Iron Man was still there to save the day, and this made me even happier. Day 24, I tried to salvage what I could from the previous night's disaster. I gave the surviving villagers their final cure, and witnessed some children playing Follow the Leader. Ready to work on my business, I went back to the trading hall and noticed one of the children had snuck in somehow. I let him out, blocked off all entrances, and was greeted by another child. Now, completely convinced I was witnessing some sort of black magic, I let this child out as well. I made my first trades and had a full stack of emeralds within seconds. Then I noticed more villagers had made their way into the trading hall, and realized the children weren't evil wizards after all. Around midnight, I woke up this farmer because I wanted a snack, and after a little convincing, I now had an unlimited supply of my favorite food. On day 25, I traded with a weaponsmith who sold me a pretty decent enchanted sword, and before I knew it, I had access to my first enchanted diamond tools. The next day, I made a makeshift system to collect saplings, and proceeded to test out my new axe. Then I made some deals with my first armorer, who would turn out to be very important later on. That night, I was visited by the Invisible Man, and I used a boat to rob him peacefully. Then I returned to the Nether and started a mine. Day 27 consisted of bed mining, and some more bed mining. It was my first time trying this method, and I'll never be going back to chunk border mining. Although it was a little early to be looking for cinnamon rolls, I was mainly interested in gold for more golden apples, and I thought I could knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. I returned home on day 28, pockets filled with gold. Okay, not really, the haul was rather disappointing, but what wasn't disappointing was that my new armorer friend could now sell me diamond armor. Just as the night was coming to an end, I managed to get a new zombie to replace the one Iron Man killed. As the sun rose on day 29, we went on a pleasant boat ride together. Afraid that Iron Man wouldn't like my new friend, I showed him the tower I built, and he jumped up and down with glee. With Iron Man distracted, I showed my new friend his home. Then I turned 2 more lucky gentlemen into shepherds and unlocked the final trades for full diamond armor. I bought boots, pants, and a helmet, but I couldn't afford the chest plate yet. That night, I began moving the iron farm. It turned out that the surface golems weren't the issue at all. It was just too close to the other villagers. This time, I had the farm memorized, and by morning, it was almost finished. I just needed the zombie and some volunteers. On day 30, I did some trading, completed my first set of diamond armor, and captured another zombie for the new iron farm. Also, in case you guys are wondering, I'm using the data pack More Mob Heads, which gives all mobs a chance to drop their heads. This is how these guys have phantom heads on. Day 31, I got my first librarian villager, and after just 2 in-game hours of refreshing trades, I already had access to mending books. During the night, I gathered all the brave volunteers and moved them to the iron farm. As I was placing the lava, I ended up in a pretty awkward situation. But again, my 2 brain cells came in clutch. After placing the water, I now had a fully functioning iron farm again, and I hoped it would stay that way. The next day, I got a toolsmith and gained access to diamond hoes and diamond shovels. Iron Man 2 had arrived to free Iron Man, but I wasn't going to have it. I was actually really worried I'd hit one on accident while fighting phantoms, and I wasn't going to lose my hardcore world to a golem. With tying things to fence posts on my mind, I decided to go tame a horse. But since it was night, I got a little distracted along the way. After dealing with the Enderman, I got back in my boat, but I was interrupted again. This time by a drowned with a trident. I dealt with him and encountered another one. To my surprise, this one actually dropped his trident, and it had really good durability as well. I couldn't find my boat, but I realized that the drown must have destroyed it. So I continued on foot. I found another cute bunny, made it to the plains biome, and found the perfect horse. In no time, I had him tamed and saddled, and decided to name him Teddy. I tested out his speed and vertical jump, gave him some armor, and headed home. That evening, I finally got my first diamond pickaxe from the toolsmith and now had access to unlimited diamond tools. That night, I wanted another midnight snack and had cinnamon rolls on my mind. I didn't stop until I had enough to coat all my gear with it, which took over 2 days, so enjoy this time lapse. With a grand total of 44 cinnamon rolls, I now had the perfect amount I would need and went back home. At home, I wanted to get better enchantments on my gear before upgrading it to netherite. My mending villager also had Feather Falling 3 books, so I instantly bought 2 and added them to my boots along with mending. This would give me a lot more leeway for future mistakes, which I was sure there would be a lot of. On day 37, I replaced one of the new shepherds so I'd have a better balance of trades for each color of wool. Then I added a new librarian, and the first trade he had was for power 5, which I couldn't pass up. I started making a basement where I could place my enchantment table when the impossible happened. My defenses were penetrated from above. My wall had failed me yet again. I took a peek outside and decided I wasn't interested in whatever these ladies were selling. But they had already noticed me, so I had to confront them. They drank some potions and disappeared from my land. I returned to the basement and continued digging like the mole rat I am. I even added some oak slabs to make it look pretty. Then I added the enchantment table, a chest, and an anvil. On day 38, my luck with the librarians continued. I got a looting 3 trade without any refreshing. I was picky with the next librarian though, because I desperately needed fortune. I destroyed his workplace over and over, even passing up a sharpness 5 trade. But he eventually gave me what I wanted. Needing more emeralds for these books, I added a high-tech force field around some of the villagers so that the zombie would spend more time getting to know my new shepherds. He couldn't get close enough to give them hugs, so I let them out of their offices to make things easier. I returned to the meeting with a cure and shared it with my friends. I started off day 39 by enchanting a diamond sword and got quite lucky. I usually go for sharpness on my swords, but I kept this one anyways. After that, I learned that my friends didn't like their new sunroof very much, so I took it down. I brought them another cure to make up for it, and then worked on a problem with my sheep. You see, most of the sheep were light gray, but none of my shepherds liked that color, so they had to die. Be dyed. I returned to my friends, gave them the final cure, and disabled the force field protecting the other villagers. It was time to start taking security more seriously. Another attack from the sky would be a huge setback if it hurt my cured shepherds, so I added another layer to my defenses. It was ugly, but it was efficient. I then performed the world's cleanest water bucket and did some trading. Trading each wool for an emerald, I could get up to 2 stacks of emeralds in just a few seconds. With my newfound wealth, I wanted to buy some more golden carrots, but my best farmer was out of commission, so I found a new one. I returned to my basement to do some enchanting. I got a fire protection book and combined 2 pickaxes into the perfect pick, and right away used my cinnamon rolls to upgrade it. With my new fortune pick, I spent the whole night mining the gold I uncovered while bed mining. On day 41, I returned to the surface with over 100 ingots, which would be more than enough to make all the netherite ingots. Then I got a new librarian, and after a couple refreshes,
10 years later,
had access to efficiency 5. I added looting 3 to a new sword I enchanted, and went to the nether in hopes of getting all the ender pearls I would need for the dragon. I tested out my new bow and sword, and even found 2 endermen in the Soul Sand Valley. It was a good start, but I needed more pearls. Next, I tried trading with some pig people, found another enderman, and did some more trading. But after a full day of giving them every piece of gold I could find, I didn't get any pearls in return. So I said goodbye and made my way back to the fortress. At this point, I figured my best option would be to mine through this wall and hope to find a warped forest on the other side. It didn't work, but it led me to another waste biome where I found the pig people's home. Now, I'll be honest, I don't have any experience raiding bastions, so bear with me. All I knew was that there was supposed to be some gold and loot at the bottom. I quietly made my way into the bastion by smashing through the wall, and began picking off every brute I could find. I pillared up to the top, didn't see anything shiny, and went back down. On the way, this brute was so scared of me that he jumped off the bridge and somehow lived. I fixed that, which upset his brother, and I found out how ridiculously hard these guys hit. One more hit there and I probably would have died. I made a new shield, grabbed 2 gold blocks, and decided that I would get whatever was at the bottom and make my escape. I helped another pig who wanted to die, and finally arrived at the bottom of the bastion where I was greeted by some magma cubes. One almost chest bumped me into the lava, so I blocked myself off, retook the high ground, and killed the last brute. Other than the cinnamon rolls and gold blocks, the loot was pretty bad, but I now had enough to trade for all the pearls I would need. I popped a fire res potion and got out of there. Once I got back, I killed another enderman, owned the skeleton, and found some more pig people to trade with. I traded for most of day 44. Little did they know I was selling them their own gold. Once I had enough pearls, I decided what was worth taking home and went back to the portal. For the rest of the night, I organized my chests, made some slow falling potions, and put mending on the rest of my armor. Once I had everything I needed, it was time to find the stronghold. I threw my first die, broke it, and hopped on Teddy. I found some gold, burned my feet, and met some skeletons who were horrible at their job. After passing the villages I found earlier on, things got messy. To make a long story short, the next 2 days went something like this. Until I finally dug down and found it. While searching for the portal room, I found some diamond horse armor, extra pearls, and some stairs that led me right to it. I placed the eyes of my enemies into the frame, unlocking a portal into a new dimension. Oh, that's kinda dark. I made a new shield and hopped into the portal. So I think this is where I'm supposed to edit out all the shots I missed to make myself look better, but I didn't miss any. So here's the raw and totally unedited footage. After collecting all the XP, the dragon head, and the egg, I went home. Then realized I probably should have set my spawn at the stronghold because now I had to go all the way back to get Teddy. It was a long walk, but when I finally got there, I gave Teddy the diamond armor I found at the stronghold, and we went back home. Day 49, I bought a fresh set of armor and tools from the villagers. I used all the XP from the dragon to enchant and combine the enchantments on the new gear. Once I was happy, I upgraded my silk pickaxe, axe, shovels, and most importantly, my hoe to netherite. I started upgrading my armor, but realized I didn't have enough experience to finish the boots. On day 50, I got all the XP I needed by trading, and combined the boots, upgraded them, and covered myself in cinnamon rolls. I got some more levels, made a Smite 5 sword, and used the final netherite ingot to upgrade it. I got some more levels and added unbreaking to my bow, and fire protection to my chestplate. I knew I'd be fighting a lot of blaze in the future, so this seemed like a good investment. My hoe was looking dull, so I gave it a quick enchant. And there we have it, 2 of my major goals already complete. I went through my gear nice and slow here in case you wanted the details. Not too shabby for 50 days, and all it took was some wool. On day 51, I maxed out my first librarian, and bought 2 name tags. One for Teddy, and another for the cat that you probably forgot about by now. I named her Lily, and after, went to the nether to break some rules. You see, the nether is filled with lots of stuff trying to kill me. but it's really useful for traveling. So I decided to go where nothing could hurt me, above the bedrock. Getting up there was much easier than making a way down. First, I tried to use the power of beds to make a hole down, but it didn't work the first time, the second time, or the third. I concluded that this method must be outdated, so I turned to plan B and went back to the overworld to cry myself to sleep. But I can't sleep, so I got everything for a method that I knew would work. Day 52, I used a more reliable method and made a hole first try. Now, all I had to do was remove this, place the ladders I had prepared, and voila! Using a calculator I borrowed from NASA, I did some insane calculations and figured out I needed to build my next portal right here. Perfect, my new man cave. No, not really. I broke it down, dug straight down because I'm indestructible now, was reminded that I'm not indestructible now, and put it here. While I was there, I decided to loot the rest of the stronghold and evicted any of the inhabitants I found. I found some crazy loot, like look at this book and all these cobwebs. I was so happy that I went home early. With plans to go searching for my first elytra soon, I wanted to get as much gunpowder for rockets that I could. So I went back to the plains biome to see if anyone there had any. I tested out my new sword and man, I love Smite now. When I got back home, I realized I didn't plant any sugarcane yet. So I planted some and embarked on a long journey across the river to get more. Then I spotted a shipwreck and found some other green stuff I didn't have yet, so I took it. On the way home, I met some new friends and showed them my new favorite sword. At home, I planted all the sugarcane I had found. On day 55, I was getting tired of waiting for the sugarcane to grow. Then I remembered the Stronghold library still had paper, so I went back to get it. I now had everything I needed for some end busting, so I hopped into the portal. I built some stairs up to the gateway and proceeded to baby-proof it. Then I went a step further and with the help of a trapdoor, crawled in like the baby I am. And if you weren't thinking I used a god seed by now, you probably are now. Anyways, I pillared up halfway to the ship and decided to show off my ender pearl skills. Flawless. In the ship, I found some potions, killed Oscar the Grouch's grandma, looted the chests, and got my first elytra, which I instantly put mending on. For the rest of the day and most of day 56, I did a lot of this, and a lot more of this. Once the city was cleared out, I was thinking about going home, but I only had 28 shulker shells so far, and I really didn't want to come back here anytime soon, so I decided to keep going. I found another end city just a few hundred blocks away, and repeated everything I had done for the last 20 minutes over again, so there went the rest of day 56 and most of day 57. Satisfied with the 53 shulker shells I had gotten, I found another end gate, and this time was brave enough to throw a pearl. I hate doing this because one time I missed and was teleported into the void, but I didn't feel like building stairs. The pearl worked perfectly and I finally went home. Happy to be back in the overworld, I got 2 new librarians and refreshed their trades. The first one gave me Unbreaking 2 and I decided to keep it. Since I had unlimited emeralds, I could just combine them into Unbreaking 3 books. The second had Silk Touch, which is nice to have, so I locked it in. Using my new trades, I added Unbreaking to my first elytra and then maxed out my spare. Having an elytra meant I would lose inventory space due to the rockets and chest plate I would carry, so I made a backpack for extra space, filling it with everything that I thought might be useful to have with me. That night, I flew back to the plains and... Back at home, I turned all the gunpowder into more rockets and put the extras in my backpack. Then I kidnapped a cartographer, so I had access to maps. I bought an ocean map and a mansion map that I could use later on. I thought it would be nice to have a map of my village, so I did one lap, made a map, and that was that.
I'll get you, and I'll look like a bloody accident.
Day 60, I was feeling adventurous. I used the map to pinpoint exactly where the woodland mansion was. By my calculations, I guessed it was somewhere this way. On the way, I turned this chicken into a book so I could write down coordinates of every cool place I found. Sure, I could have just taken screenshots, but then I would have needed to think of a different excuse to kill this chicken. During the journey, I found a frozen ocean, a big mushroom island, this adorable puppy, a giant taiga, and this snowy mountain that I thought looked cool. I arrived at the mansion at sunset and my calculations had been correct. It was indeed somewhere in that direction. I was going to go through the window, but that's loud, so I broke through the wall into what looked like a boxing ring. I fixed the wall, leaving it exactly how I found it, and skipped down the hall. The third floor was quiet. Too quiet. So I passed a lovely gentleman on the way down the stairs, and then out of nowhere, an evoker appeared. I charged it, taking it out, but learned that the Vexes were the real threat, and had no choice but to run. I climbed up a ladder, healed myself, and picked them off one by one. I was taking a music disc from the chest when another Vex arrived, and I don't know what happened to it. In the chaos, I forgot to grab the totem from the hallway. You know, like, the whole reason I came here. I continued exploring, killing everything in my path, called on my friend Iron Man to help, and couldn't find any other evokers. I spent the whole night and half of day 61 running around in circles before realizing I had already found everything this place had to offer. Not wanting to end the journey on a disappointing note, over the next 3 days I made Dora proud and explored so much more of my world. In my travels, I found Uranus, an ocean monument, my spawn, another monument, a jungle, this cool island, an ice spikes biome, some buried treasure, a savanna, a badlands biome, a desert with a desert temple, a pillager outpost, a tiny coral reef, a not so tiny coral reef, and the smallest swamp I've ever seen. At this point, I had found so many unique biomes, and wrote them all down in my book so I could come back to them later. I made it home late at night on day 63, and being almost 2/3 of the way to day 100, I still needed to defeat the Wither and bring home a beacon to achieve my goals. However, the last time I worked on anything in this village, it was the tower I finished on day 21, that still didn't even have a roof. Needless to say, it was time to give this place a long overdue makeover. Day 64, I moved the whole trading hall down a block, so now it looked like this instead of this. Then I tricked the rest of the villagers into believing the world was ending, and locked them in a bunker where they'd be out of my way. I also named the blaze rod I used to kill the ender dragon, because I almost turned it into a brewing stand. With that sorted, I began destroying everything I had built so far. Let's just say that I had a new vision for this place, and it didn't include this, as flawless as it was. On day 66, I finally had everything I needed to build version 2 of my wall. The main part of the wall was finished on day 66, and I was much happier with this version than the last. It looked way more natural, and it better fit the style that I was going for. Then, it was time to destroy everything the villagers owned. I wanted to start with a clean slate and add my own buildings here, so the houses and pathways needed to go. All except mine, of course. Day 69 consisted of a lot of wood, as it should, at least until I noticed a parade. I tried to join in, but they were all gone before I got the chance. At this point, I noticed the villagers in the iron farm were being awfully quiet for some reason. So I decided to check on them, and turns out there was no one to check on. I ran through every possible way that this could have happened and realized I forgot one step. So yeah, I guess a zombie or two spawned down here, and that's okay because I love transporting villagers. So much that I chose to save it for another day and fix the farm later. Then I went back into my mine for the first time since building it to get some stone and andesite for my builds. I found a huge vein of andesite and a cave that led me here. Ta-da! This was my first time capturing an axolotl and it was flawless. I didn't know what I wanted to do with it once I caught it, but that was really the only thing I came down here for, so I went back up to mine. Day 70, I emerged from my mine, and because I'm so caring, I gave the axolotl its freedom back. I put it in the river and never saw it again. Now that I had all the materials, it was time to get back to building, starting with the new tower designs. All 5 towers were completed in 2 days. I was on a roll and went straight to building the main gate. I wanted to keep things simple here and also used a trick with ladders and carpets. If you didn't know already, mobs can't pathfind over ladders with carpets on top, which allows for open mob-proof doors like this one. Now, you might be wondering why I would build a main gate that leads directly to a river. I wanted to have a bridge across somewhere along the river and this seemed like the perfect spot. Now, at this point I was trying to think of a joke about my unfinished bridge, but it's too hard to get across. I went for a simple wooden design, and I think it suits this place well. Now this place was starting to come together, but the wall could use some more detail, so it was time to put that stone and andesite to good use. And in just 9 days, I had transformed this into this. While I had made a lot of progress, I couldn't end the first 100 days without adding any buildings, so I got straight to work on the most important one of them all, the town hall. And why not make it even more difficult by building it diagonally? I started with a stone foundation and built the frame of the tower that would later hold the bell. This was by far the most time-consuming build so far, so I've condensed it down into a time-lapse of day 75 through 82. On day 82, the town hall was complete. I really like this style, and it's going to serve as a reference for the rest of the builds in this village. I released the villagers from their bunker and moved their beds to the upstairs of the town hall, since I didn't have any other plans for that space yet. Then I made a pathway with a mix of coarse dirt, dirt paths, and granite. I used bone meal to add some more greenery around the outside of the wall to make up for what I had destroyed, and didn't give this spider the time of day. Out of curiosity, I updated the maps and was reminded that I forgot to move the lightning rod. I nailed the landing and moved it to the top of the bell tower. On day 83, I wanted to focus on my moneymakers here, because being crammed in this tiny pen since day 5 had left them in a bad mood. Oh my god. I built a larger pen, moved the sheep inside, and began working on the barn. It was easy to build and only took a little more than a day. On day 85, I removed the map and the rest of the crops. On day 86, I decided I could no longer tolerate cramming everything I owned into a tiny villager house, so I began working on a storage room under the town hall. I went for a damp and mossy style room, and used barrels for most of the storage. It only took a day to build, but that was the easy part. Before sorting out my items, there were a few imposters hiding amongst the sheep. I couldn't have that, so I brought out Old Reliable. I was very careful to make sure not a single sheep was hurt in the process. Also, I'm sure you've all noticed the floating fence post left over from the map by now. If not, I'm sorry, you can't unsee it now. I have no idea how I didn't notice it with how many times I walked past it, but it's gonna be there for a while. With the imposters taken care of, I began moving all my belongings into my new storage. Even taking 4 shulkers of items over at a time, this still took 3 days, but it was 100% worth it in the end. The storage was finally organized by day 90. With only 10 days left, I still needed to defeat the Wither and get a full beacon to complete my goals. I made some golden apples to carry with me in case things got sketchy, and went to the Nether Fortress. I needed Wither skulls and I needed them fast. Okay, this wasn't gonna work, so I flew to the Soul Sand Valley in hopes of finding a new fortress, and eventually I did. With my Smite 5 sword and fire protection chestplate, killing these Wither skellies and Blaze was a breeze. I made it home on day 92 and it was time to get trading. With my iron farm still broken, my only chance at a full beacon was getting emeralds by trading. For the next 5 days, all I did was trade wool for emeralds during the day and work on other stuff during the night like killing squids for ink to trade for even more emeralds. On the night of day 94, I decided to fix the iron farm. I gathered all 3 villagers and was ready to move them in when one's head fell off. It was truly a tragedy, but one I didn't have time for. So I got the other 2 into the farm and found a replacement for the 3rd. Unfortunately, it was one of my master farmers, but I didn't have time to be picky. Sealing the villagers in, I was about to fix the killing chamber when this happened. If I didn't have my chestplate equipped, so I wouldn't have survived this. I still have no idea why the golem attacked me. It had just spawned. I guess one of the villagers must have ratted me out for decapitating their friend. I finished the farm and got out of there. Then it was back to shearing and trading. This is the moment I finally noticed the fence. I was really confused because it had been over 10 days in game, and several in real life hours since I removed the map, so I had no idea where it came from. Day 96, all I did was trade, and on day 97, I finally had enough emerald blocks for my beacon. On day 98, I had some extra time to explore the lush cave under the azalea tree I found earlier on. I found a mine shaft on the way down, but there was no time for that, so I kept going until I found it. The lush cave I had been waiting to explore. And yeah, quite underwhelming. Nowhere near as nice as the one I found in my mine, so I grabbed the diamonds I found and flew out. After a drive-by milking, I had everything I needed for the Wither fight, so I hopped on Teddy and rode over to the Badlands portal. That's right, no underground tunnels or end portal cheese here. I was fighting the Wither fair and square on the surface. Starting the fight with other mobs around sounded like a death wish, so I killed the rest of the night by killing everything in sight.
I will end you!
With the sun out and all the mobs dead, it was go time. This was the only thing left between me and completing all of the goals I had set. The fight was easier than expected, but it was my first time fighting the Wither legitimately, so I didn't want to be underprepared. With the Wither defeated, there was only one goal left to complete. I raced home, placed all the blocks for my beacon, and boom. Just like that, I had completed all my goals within 100 days. I killed the dragon, got full netherite gear, killed the Wither, got a full beacon, and had a place I could call home. It wasn't complete yet, but it was a start. I still have many ideas for this place, which I've written down here, and I'll be working on them in the future. Here it was, day 100, the final day. I took this time to expand the path a bit, even adding some of the rooted dirt I'd found. Then I built a new shack for Teddy alongside the barn, and filled it with hay and water. With the day coming to an end, I climbed up into my tower, played the music disc I had got from the Woodland Mansion, and watched the sunset over everything I had created. After the sunset, I still had one thing left to do. I grabbed the soup that I had been saving since day 1 and finally ate it. Turns out it was my favorite flavor. Poison. So last episode, I got my hardcore world off to a great start, but it's time to start thinking bigger. How big? Well, killing the Ender Dragon 19 times, fighting 4 withers at once, and killing 21,449 Endermen to transform my boring old End Island into this. If you enjoyed the video, please consider subscribing. So far, I haven't needed any totems in this world, but based on the chaos that I'm about to put myself through, I'm probably going to want to have some just in case. I think the quickest way to get some would be to just build a simple raid farm near the outpost I found in the last video. So if my math is right, this portal should lead... Okay, yeah, perfect. Now I just need to find somewhere that's mostly flat. Oh. Yeah, I can't have you stealing my bad omen. Sorry, it's not me, it's you. This looks flat enough. Now, I need to get a villager over here somehow. I should be able to find one at the village over here. Maybe not. Oh wait. Perfect. Let me just move you from this hole into this other hole. And it should be good to go now. I just need some bad omen. There we go. Hey, it works. Nice. So that's one raid finish, but I only have 5 totems, and I'd like to fill this whole shulker, so... And that took way longer than expected, but I have the totems. So my totems look a little different now. Since I'm gonna have them on screen pretty much 24/7, I thought it would be cool to personalize them a bit. It also gives me the option to do cool stuff like this. Next up on the list is glass. Once I transform the end, respawning the dragon will ruin my hard work. So I want to collect a full shulker of dragon's breath first. I can't remember the last time I actually used this stuff, but I'll get some just in case. I should be able to get most of the glass from my librarians. I may or may not have just murdered one of the villagers on accident, so I'm gonna have to boycott these absurd prices and move on to the next step for now. It's time to take this new sharpness sword and make some ghasts cry. This should be the last one. Yeah, that's enough. The prices are still high, so I'm gonna have to AFK in this corner for a bit. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully that was long enough. Yep. Nice. Alright, finally. That's enough glass. Time to craft up these end crystals and kill the dragons. I'm just gonna get these bottles of Dragon's Breath over with first so I don't have to worry about them during the other 18 fights. I don't think I've ever wanted to use an auto clicker more than I do right now. Well, my arm hurts, but that's a shulker full. Let's kill these dragons. That's 1, ow, 2, 3, 4, 5, ow, 6. Now, for some reason, when I was restocking food and arrows, I thought it would be a good idea to bring my beacon to the end. It lasted through fight 7, but then, I guess it's fitting that 8 ate my beacon. I got my revenge and moved on to 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm getting better at this counting thing. 16, 17, 18, and 19. With my bare hands. That should be all the gateways open. As you can imagine, killing 21,449 Endermen is going to take a toll on my armor. So far, my main source of experience has been trading with my villagers, but traveling back and forth from my base to the end every few minutes to repair my gear just isn't an option. So it's time to build an Enderman farm. Oh, yeah, maybe I should have spawn-proofed that first. Oh well. Off you go. I've only got 15 pearls, so hopefully I can get lucky with the, okay, that was lucky. Endermite. Let me just make sure it works. Yeah, I think it's working. I do want to clean it up a bit, though. So I'm back at my nether mine, and I'm just gonna grab a few more cinnamon rolls for my new sword and 2 new chest plates. The one I have now is fire protection, and I'm gonna need one of each type, so that'll do. Alright, so there's good news and bad news. The bad news is I'm running low on emeralds, and Dragon 8 just ate a whole stack of my emerald blocks. But the good news is my iron farm is actually working for once, so I should have enough blocks for a new beacon. I think that's enough blocks for 4 beacons. Well, not 4 beacons, like a quad beacon, I guess? Now I need to get the actual beacon part. Luckily, this fortress I found earlier has decent spawn rates. Let me just get 12 skulls real quick. Yeah, that took 2 hours, but it gave me some time to think. Last episode, I fought one wither on the surface and it was way easier than expected, so why not one-up myself and try fighting all 4 at the same time? Now, I don't know if this is even possible, but I'm gonna give myself every advantage I can and hope for the best. I've decided I'm gonna do the fight on the nether ceiling because then I won't have to worry about the wither breaking the blocks under me. And I should have everything I need now, hopefully. My hands are already sweating. Alright, kids, don't try this at home. That was probably the most insane thing I've ever done in this game. And my armor barely got scratched. I think I could do more than 4 actually. But not this episode, we still gotta transform the end. Now that I have the beacons, I'd like to get the rest of the blocks out of the way so I don't have to stop and get more. Let's start with the quartz. Oh boy. Okay, so it took 2 hours to get this shulker full and a couple stacks, and I might go insane if I have to mine any more, so I'm just gonna call it here and hope that that's enough. For bone blocks, I think my best bet is to just make a mob grinder and AFK there for bones. It'll also give me a supply of gunpowder as well, so it's a win-win. I've got just about everything I need. I'll just need wood for slabs and bamboo for scaffolding. I ran out of string, but that should be enough for about half the layers. I'm just gonna AFK for a few hours. Okay, so that's a good start, but it's not quite enough, so... Alright, that's more like it. Onto the glass, which should be easier this time. Perfect, that didn't take long at all. And I was sick of this happening, so I finally labeled my pickaxes. Now deep slate. I think the best way to get this is to just use the gunpowder I farmed and make TNT. Nice, now just 2 shulkers of cobbled deep slate. Perfect. The last block on our list is the skull catalysts, but before I can get those, I need to update my world to 1.19. Alright, so the world is updated, but unfortunately not all my mods are updated to 1.19 yet, so I'm going to have to rely on this mess of a menu for my coordinates and my day counter. Now, I've already explored a 5,000 by 5,000 area around my spawn, so the only way I'm going to find an ancient city is by going outside that area. I've heard ancient cities are supposed to spawn under mountains, so I just need to find some. Ooh, a mangrove swamp. And it's huge. Ooh, a frog. Do a jump. This might be my new favorite mob. I'm just going to borrow some of these new blocks and back to looking for an ancient city. Nothing down here. Maybe under this mountain? This is pretty deep, but no dark. How about here? How deep is the dark? Okay, nothing here. Maybe these mountains aren't big enough. Now that's a mountain. And that's an ancient city. And now I'm nervous. This is my first time doing this, and I think I have a decent understanding of how this stuff works, but the warden isn't very forgiving. So if I break this first, I should be fine. Oh. Okay, yeah. Now, I'm really only here for these catalysts, but I'd love to get my hands on a quick Sneak 3 book and the new music disc while I'm here. I need to break... Oh, that's not good. I can't see. So that's exactly what I don't want to do. I don't think it spawned a warden yet though, so let's keep going. Oh, I think that might have been another one. I need to be more careful. Wait, what did I do that time? Okay, no, that was just dumb. That was definitely a warden. I think I just heard him go back underground. So it seems like I should be able to just fly away if I make any mistakes. So let me just get to looting. Not much here. Swift sneak? No. Hey, my first disc fragment. A few more. Ooh, swift sneak too, nice. Mistakes were made. Oh, there he is. Swift sneak? Not quite. Hey, my first enchanted apple. I'm just gonna put this on my pants now, and I'll upgrade it to 3 later. This feels so weird. Look at me go. Enough fooling around, let's speed this up, shall we? So I've got enough shards for the disc, and some extra swift sneak books, so it's time to get the rest of the catalysts and get out of here. So that's everything we need for the transformation. Let me just make a protection 4 chest plate and head over to the end. Now you might be wondering what the plan is. Well, each time I kill an enderman near a catalyst, a few blocks are converted into skulk, like this. So I just need to do that over and over and over, until this whole island is skulk. I've got these beacons to make things easier, but this is still going to take a while. Also, before we start, I've killed 973 endermen. I'm not going to count those towards the final total. So let's do this. converted a decent sized patch here, but my armor is already shredded, so that's better. And that's the entire area between the pillars complete. I think I'm just gonna have to do this outer ring in sections and move the beacon each time. It should make for a cool looking time lapse though. The skulk is finally finished. That alone took 18 hours, but there's still more to do. The obsidian pillars are still looking pretty default. So I'm gonna turn them into candles to match the deep dark theme. Now we can't just have candles standing on top of the end. I mean, come on, that would be unrealistic. So I'm gonna use the deep slate I gathered to make some candle holders. But first, I need to take the thick obsidian pillars and slim them down a bit. That was painful. Time for the candle holders. Yeah, that looks like something. Now I just need to do it 9 more times. Alright, now for the candles, I'm gonna use the quartz and bone blocks I collected. Alright, I like it. I tried to make the shorter ones look more melted and messy. I think it looks good, but now we need to light them. I've never tried to build fire before, but that really sells it. I like how the shaders make it glow. Now, I would stop here, but the area around the portal looks a little empty. Kinda like my village. To fill up the space, I'm gonna try to replicate this tower thing that generates in ancient cities. I like that a lot actually, and I just thought of an idea for the chest. I'll use the Enderman heads I got to record the number I killed to make this project, which was 22,422 minus the 973 that I already killed, 21,449 Endermen. That's insane. You know what else is insane? I built a beacon out of every full block in hardcore Minecraft. As the video goes on, the blocks get more and more difficult to collect, and the most difficult ones might be a little unexpected. The full beacon is going to consist of 362 different blocks and take up a 19 by 19 area, so it's probably best if I don't try to cram it inside my village. Instead, I'm going to give this old bridge an actual purpose and make a clearing for it on the other side of the river. So I've cleared out this area and extended the path to the building site, but before I start collecting the blocks, I need to build the beacon's core. Now the beacon part. Perfect. Now that we have a blank canvas, it's time to start collecting the blocks. I've got a basic plan for how I want to do this, but knowing me, I'll probably get distracted along the way. I'm gonna begin by getting all the easy blocks on the surface. Now I could just use all the blocks I have in my storage, but that would be cheating, right? I hope so, because I'm gonna get a fresh set of all 362 blocks, starting with grass, birchwood, oak wood, dark oak, spruce, mushroom blocks, and azalea leaves. For the rest of the trees, we're gonna have to go on a bit of an adventure, but I should be able to collect some more blocks along the way, like pumpkins.
Now, fair warning, when I said I was going to get distracted, this adventure was exactly what I was talking about. I set off to collect each type of wood, but by the time I returned home, I had collected almost every block from the surface. Just know that the rest of the block collecting will be more organized into specific categories. You know what, this will give me a head start on some of the nether blocks and some stone blocks I'll need later. There's the bee nest. I'll get a few more for the honey and wax I'm gonna need. That's acacia wood. That's powdered snow. Powdered snow? Wait, it's powder snow? I swear everyone calls it powdered. Snow block. Don't mind me just passing through. I'll just kelp myself. Yeah, that's for later. Mangrove leaves, mangrove wood, roots, mud, muddy roots, jungle wood, jungle leaves, melon brock, bamboo for scaffolding, and my personal favorite, beans. I think I'm gonna head back now. Gold block, terracotta, cacti, sand, red sand. Time for some more borrowing. Barrel.
Oh, dude, nice house.
Smooth stone, cartography table. Okay, now I'll actually start going back. And the last block of the trip, moss. Now I can finally start placing them. As I go, I'm keeping track of each one I place with a checklist I made of all 362 blocks. Otherwise, this project would be a complete mess. Let's get started. Wait, how am I going to... Okay, that's a problem for later. That's 79 blocks placed already. I have a few left over, but I'm gonna save them until I have the rest of the blocks that go with them. Next, I'm gonna get all the nether blocks except for ancient debris and the netherite block. Those are more difficult to get, so they'll be at the top of the beacon. There's glowstone, quartz, soul sand, soul soil, basalt, bone blocks, gold, all the crimson forest blocks, all the bastion blocks, fortress blocks, and warped forest blocks. So that's all the easy blocks from the nether. I'm just gonna craft up the different variations of them, and that's 123 blocks complete. Now I want to fill in this gap with some of the utility blocks. Admittedly, not all of these are full blocks. For some reason, I thought you could collect the infested stone blocks with Silk Touch, but I was wrong, so I needed to call in some of the backup blocks that didn't quite make the starting lineup. For the third row, I'm gonna get all the different kinds of color blocks, starting with dyed wool, dyed glass, concrete powder, concrete, terracotta, and glazed terracotta. That was a lot of blocks, 97 to be exact, which means we only have 129 left. Before I get into the more dangerous and difficult blocks, I want to quickly finish the rest of the surface blocks that I missed earlier. Here's podzol, packed ice, regular ice. Nice. Mycelium, honey, more red sand because I forgot about red sandstone, and here's the coral block. Perfect, time to place them all. Okay, yeah, I don't know why I thought that might work. The cactus block just isn't cooperating, so I've exiled it from the list, and the grindstone has taken its place. There's the coral dun, podzol, mycelium, and all the snow-related blocks. Now it's finally time to get all the cave blocks. There's coal, iron, diorite, or like dire wrong, am I right? Emerald, copper, flowering azalea, dripstone, regular azalea, go away, clay, granite, andesite, gold. That wasn't Silk Touch. Let's try this again. Gold, lapis, redstone, tough, deep slate gold, deep slate lapis, deep slate iron, regular deep slate, oh, deep slate diamond, and deep slate redstone. So that just leaves us with normal diamond, deep slate copper, deep slate coal, and the most rare ore in the game, deep slate emerald. There's the copper and the diamond. Whoa! I just couldn't find this deep slate coal anywhere. I got so desperate I was even searching under the normal coal, until I finally stumbled across some. For the deep slate emeralds, I decided to go back up to the surface and dig down directly through a mountain until I reached deep slate. I did a little strip mining until I ran into a cave, and after a little exploring, I finally found it. Now I just need to use the extra ores I mined to make the full blocks of ore and make all the different deep slate blocks. Before I place them, I'm gonna fill this gap with some of the other random blocks like bricks, grindstone, jukebox, note block, cauldron, azalea, and flowering azalea. And now would probably be a good time to start oxidizing the copper. Let's fill in some more blocks. There's the regular ores, deep slate ores, raw ores. I'm gonna leave a gap here for all the copper blocks. That's the full ore blocks, and finally the deep slate blocks. Now we're headed somewhere dangerous, or at least it was dangerous before I ransacked the place. Speaking of ransacking, and that's the deep dark blocks. While I'm in the area, I'm gonna need some of this, and some of this. Alright, so I've got this shulker full of assorted blocks that need placed, so I just realized that the farmland needs to go at the bottom of the beacon, so I'm swapping it with gravel. Okay, I can't listen to these screams anymore. I'm just gonna place this one at the end. And now there's just 29 blocks remaining. We still need the end blocks, ocean monument blocks, ancient debris, netherite block, beacon, and 3 blocks that are somehow more time consuming to get than all of those. I'm gonna knock the end blocks out first because they're by far the easiest. So I forgot to mark which end gateway I used before I opened all the other ones, but I think it's this one. Yeah, that's the one. Just a quick, and that's it. I'm not doing any shulker boxes because they count as entities and they have a lower render distance than the rest of the blocks on the beacon. Oh my gosh. Now you probably noticed I'm wearing diamond armor. Long story short, I wasn't paying attention to the durability of my netherite armor when I was fighting Enderman last episode, so before I raid an ocean monument, I need to do some enchanting. And to make things easier, I'm going to take this little enchanting setup and move it here. Alright, let's go. That wasn't so bad, and the copper is ready too. Let me just add it to the beacon. Perfect. I'm gonna place all the remaining blocks together after I get the netherite so I can organize them better. I need 1 ancient debris as a block, 4 to make a lodestone, and 36 for the netherite block. I'd also like to get a few extra so I can get my full netherite armor back, so after about 2 hours, I managed to get 59 debris, which was more than enough for the blocks and my armor. And boom, I don't think I've ever had a netherite block before. And there's the lodestone. Time to place all these blocks. It appears I've made another miscalculation. Chorus flower needs to be placed on end stone, so... Crisis averted. Now there are just 5 blocks remaining. There's the beacon, the glass block that will go on top of the beacon, and if you haven't figured it out already, the final 3 blocks are the frog light blocks. Getting all 3 variants of frog light was a 3-hour process. First I traveled 5,000 blocks to the mangrove swamp, bred a bunch of frogs, and stole their babies. Then I took those babies to 3 different locations of the map and raised them as my own. Once I had all 3 variants of the frogs, I gathered my children together, took them to the basalt delta in the nether, where I fed them the baby magma cubes. Let me just place these down. Cool, and the final block is the beacon itself. For some reason, the audio for this recording went missing, but I've recreated it to the best of my abilities. I used the skulls to fight 2 withers, crafted the beacon, and here we have it, the final blocks. I'll place the shrieker down first. It's not like you guys can hear it anyways. Now the beacon, and the glass block on top of it. I think this actually lined up perfectly above where my mine is, so haste 2 would be perfect. Totally planned that. And I really like how this build turned out. I guess the only thing left to do now is just... Today, I'm gonna share my journey surviving 500 days in hardcore Minecraft. I've already taken on some big projects in this series, but this video proved to be the biggest test of my dedication. The main goals for this episode: finish all the builds I had planned for the village and complete every single advancement before day 500. We left off around day 350, and after finishing the beacon, I decided it was finally time to start working on some builds in the village. After a quick peek at the planning board and some testing in a super flat world, it was time to get to work. Having just murdered 21,000 Endermen, I thought it might be a good idea to start with the church so I could confess my sins. By day 355, the church was complete, and that night, I publicly apologized to everyone who would listen. For the next few days, I gathered all the materials I would need for the library into 2 shulkers, and then left one on the ground to despawn for an added challenge. Having no replacements, it was time to pay a visit to my old friends in the end. With my shelves restocked, I got all the materials again and began working on the village library. This build ended up being a little bigger than I intended, and it even overhangs the wall a bit, but that just meant I had more space inside. And more space inside meant more space for bookshelves. And more space for bookshelves meant more books. And more books meant... On day 368, I decided it was time to make a new mine within the village walls. Yes, I already had a mine not far from the village, but it wasn't exactly my favorite build. And as for functionality, mining in waist-high waters isn't what I had in mind when I built this place. So I built a much better one, this time in the side of a hill which felt way more natural. I decided it would make the most sense to have the mine lead directly to the blacksmith, so that's what I worked on next. The blacksmith ended up being my favorite build in the village, and not because it was the nicest looking build. You see, it's not what's on the outside that matters most, but on the inside. Up until this point, I'd been smelting most of my items manually using my off-brand super smelter, but it was time for an upgrade. I built a real super smelter under the blacksmith, attaching the input to the campfires and the output to the water next to the anvil. So anytime I need something smelted, I can toss it into the fire, and within a minute, smelted items will begin to pop up and go into this barrel. With the blacksmith complete, I spent the next 15 days adding some smaller details that really just brought this place to life. I built some docks, market stalls, a graveyard, connected all the paths, added a well, bushes, a wheat field, and a custom tree. For the last build, I wanted to see if I could squeeze a small sugarcane farm into the attic of the library. And it worked. But it also didn't. The farm fit okay, but it wasn't big enough to give me the paper supply I needed on its own. Nonetheless, I decided I'd keep it. Day 399, the village was complete, and I'm really proud of how this place turned out. I've never built anything like it before, and it's cool to look back at what it used to look like before I showed up. But there was no time to reminisce. I only had 101 more days to finish all the advancements, which sounds like a lot, but let's just say I made a few mistakes that really set me back along the way. I decided to start things off with the adventuring time achievement, since I only had 4 biomes left to discover. I poked around the save file a bit and found that those 4 biomes were the windswept forest, windswept gravelly hills, wooded badlands plateau, and stony peaks. I found the gravel hills quite easily next to my deep dark biome, but after 40 minutes of aimlessly flying around and playing matchmaker, I finally gave in and decided to use chunk base. After all, who is Dora without the map? Definitely not an explorer. So, using chunk base, I completed the rest of the biomes in no time at all, and I even knocked out some of the breeding along the way. I made it back on day 402, and for the next 2 advancements, I needed to summon my inner Robin Hood. To complete Sniper Duel, I needed to kill a skeleton from at least 50 blocks away. And for Bullseye, I needed to hit the bullseye from at least 30 blocks away. Easy. I then remembered the wise words of my grandfather. To become as light as a rabbit, you must first find a cow and stab it. These next few were pretty easy, so wax on, wax off. New crossbow. Can I hit this water bucket? No. 2 birds, 1 arrow. Sound of music. This time? Still no. Returning home on day 405, I was greeted by a new face, one of the cat variety, and since it was already locked in my basement, I decided to tame it. After that, I crafted up a trusty spyglass and went back to adventuring. I bred some turtles along the way and waited patiently to see the baby, before realizing that turtles lay eggs, and well, I didn't have that kind of patience. Hey, is that a bird? Yep. Is that a balloon? Sort of. Is that an advancement that requires me to respawn the Ender Dragon in my transformed end dimension? Yeah, so basically I'm an idiot. I completely forgot this advancement existed, and the only way for me to complete it without ruining my end dimension is to take the pillars down manually and rebuild them after. Knowing that one was going to take several grueling hours, I decided to put it at the end of my list, and what better way to relieve some stress than killing some mobs. After killing the zombified hoglin and a silverfish, the final mob I needed was the Ravager. So I made my way to the raid farm, played matchmaker, killed my first Ravager, and just like that, the monsters were hunted. Day 407, I decided it was time to take on the Star Trader advancement, which meant I had to get a villager up to the height limit and trade with him. I spent the next 15 minutes building a giant water elevator, while wondering why this was an advancement in the first place. While waiting for the villagers to wake up, I got myself into a sticky situation. Day 409, I sent a farmer to space and bought his bread. Sadly, the platform wasn't big enough for the both of us, so he sacrificed himself so I could live on. A true hero. I used sand to remove the... Now the only advancements I had left in the Adventure tab were to spyglass the Ender Dragon and strike a villager with lightning. I already decided to save the Ender Dragon for last, and the villagers would just have to wait until the next thunderstorm. So it was time to move on to the Husbandry tab. And what better way to start it than a relaxing fishing trip with my favorite mobs and catching my first fish. I then proceeded to catch some more fish so I could tame all the cat variants. Day 410, I had all the fish I needed for the cats and knocked out another quick advancement. I gathered a shulker of supplies so I could breed some animals while searching for the cats and set off on my journey. I spent the next 4 days flying from village to village playing matchmaker and taming every new cat I could find. Day 413, I checked a few more villages, found some stuff I needed to breed axolotls, and had tamed every single cat in the game except for the black cat. I continued looking until day 415, when I stopped at home to regain my sanity. If I had to describe my mental state with one clip, I think this one would suffice. Needless to say, I needed a break, so I took a minute to clear my head, and that's when I had a true big brain moment. The black cat happens to be the only variant in the game that has a 100% chance to spawn at a specific location, witch huts. With my motivation renewed, I took a trip to the nearest swamp, found a witch hut, stole her cat, and completed the advancement. After returning the cat to my nether portal, I decided to look for pandas and ocelots for the breeding advancement. It wasn't long at all before I found a pair of pandas hanging out in the bamboo forest. And captured a pair of ocelots too. With those out of the way, there were only 6 more animals left to breed. There were llamas, donkeys, axolotls, mushroom cows, hoglins, and striders. And while on the topic of striders, I decided it would be a good time to complete the other 2 advancements too. The first one was easy, but for the second one, I had to recreate a lava lake in the overworld. Now, according to Minecraft, this qualifies as a lake. Just don't question it. Day 420 was lit. I finally put the All Blocks beacon to use and finished the respawn anchor and lodestone advancements. Day 421, I began working on the other husbandry advancements. I think I was still recovering from day 420 though, because all I remember is going on a crazy ride with a unicorn or something. Day 422, I got a little hungry and ordered one of everything. Next, I wanted to complete Uneasy Alliance. Well, I guess I didn't really want to, but it needed to be done. I followed an easy tutorial by Guggle that would allow me to trap a ghast and move it to the overworld. But I clearly didn't pay attention because this is a nether waste biome and it was supposed to be built in a soul sand valley. With the trap rebuilt, all I had to do was wait. It took a lot of convincing to get the first ghast into the minecart, but when I finally did, I quickly learned that there wasn't enough room on the other side of the portal. So I cleared out a bigger area, waited for another ghast, and this time everything went according to plan. To be blunt, this next one was painful. I've never attempted to complete the How Did We Get Here advancement, but there are several hours worth of preparation needed before you can attempt it, and if you make a mistake, well... For those of you who don't know, How Did We Get Here requires the player to have every effect active at the same time. I started off by brewing all the potions I would need, and then realized I needed 3 more Nautilus shells for the conduit, so it was finally time to break out the old fishing rod. But first, I had to make it. Day 431, I returned home with my new rod, and decided I wasn't going to stop fishing until I had all the shells. And on day 434, I finally had them. With the conduit crafted, the next step was to get a full beacon for all 6 effects. That way I wouldn't need as many potions. While farming the wither for the last beacon, a small family of chickens were caught in the crossfire. Unfortunate. For them at least. Upon returning home, I realized it was raining, so I decided to wait a few minutes to see if it would turn into a thunderstorm, and sure enough, I grabbed my fork and raced to the neighboring village to transform this villager into a villagette. Things were looking very promising. It was only day 436 and I had just 2 advancements remaining, plus a few hidden ones that we'll get into later, but I had no idea what was to come. In 1.19 you need the new darkness effect, which can only be gotten from a naturally generated shrieker, so I had no choice but to do it in the deep dark. I found a spot with a shrieker, isolated it, and cleared some space around it. Then I placed down the beacon, set up the conduit, and went to the end.
Nope.
Why the end? Well, one of the effects needed for How Did We Get Here is the levitation effect, which you get from shulkers. So it was time to kidnap one. As fun as that sounds, it was not. First, I needed to find an end city that had an end gateway nearby. That way I wouldn't have to transport the shulker too far. The plan was to trap the shulker in a boat and use my fishing rod to pull it around. The first attempt didn't go so bad. I got it into the gateway, repaired my fishing rod, made some healing potions in case it does that. Attempt 2. This time, I decided to use rails and minecarts to make things easier, which could also be reused if something went wrong. See, I completely forgot that putting a boat into a minecart generates infinite momentum.
Bye, have a great time.
A silly miscalculation on my part. My physics teacher would be so disappointed. To fix it, I needed to add something with infinite stopping power. A wall. This time, I got it. And I wasn't taking any chances. Shout out to my froggy friend here for being with me during these trying times. Feeling prepared, I sent the shulker through to the overworld, then the nether, and then the deep dark. It was now day 446. That part took about 2 hours, but I wasn't done yet. I also needed the dolphin's grace effect, which meant I had to move a dolphin from the ocean, through the nether, and over to the deep dark. It ended up being surprisingly easy. I set up the holding cell, kidnapped the dolphin, locked it in place, and gave it a fitting name. I now had everything I needed to give it a try. I finished a raid for Hero of the Village, got Bad Omen, got Spoon, prepared my inventory, rewatched the tutorial a couple times, and... yeah, this is just embarrassing. I completely forgot about the shulker step, ate the pufferfish early, which made it seem like the arrows were missing, and summoned the warden. Now, I prepared an escape tunnel, so I was fine, but as for my shulker and dolphin friends, not so much. Short of dying, this couldn't have gone worse, but giving up was not an option. Partly because this is sort of like my job now, but also because I had to redeem myself after that complete embarrassment. I may have lost just about everything, but what I gained was knowledge, and what took me 10 days to complete the first time, I finished in just 6 this time. I even got the shulker to duplicate itself and added Ilmango's warden switch to make sure my friends were safe. How thoughtful of me. Day 457, everything was ready. I activated the warden switch, popped the potions, ate the apple, remembered the shulker part, but didn't realize I was crouched when I tried to hop into the water. It was still recoverable, but I guess Finn was still upset about Just Keep Swimming's brutal death because he wouldn't give me Dolphin's Grace. Frustrating, but not nearly as much of a setback since my friends were still intact. For the sake of not showing the same process 4 times and embarrassing myself even more, I'll make the rest of this story a little faster. Day 458, I got all the potions and found a brown panda while looking for an ancient city. Day 461, I found said ancient city and looted it until day 450. Day 461, I found said ancient city and looted it until day 462, when I found the notch apples that I needed, which I later learned weren't needed because the beacon was already giving me the resistance effect. Day 464, I almost got Dan TDM'd, and I quickly learned why you don't give the witches time to heal the evokers. A close call, but not close enough. Death rained down from above, and I got Special Emerald, Angry Axeman, and Spoon. That night, I was ready for attempt 3, or at least I thought I was. I even acted out what I was supposed to do in my head first. Twice. But what I didn't know is that this attempt was a fail before I even popped the first potion, because I wasn't hungry enough to eat the pufferfish. At this point, my madness turned to sadness. I removed my pants, but all was not lost. I knew that I had the steps memorized, and on day 467, with pure determination, I did it. I now knew how I got here, but I still had places to go. Remember those hidden advancements I mentioned? There are 3 in total. The first is Arbalistic. To complete that, I needed to kill 5 different kinds of mobs with a single crossbow shot. So, on day 468, I gathered up some animals, and well, there's no way to soften the blow of this one here, but I sent them to heaven. Good thing I built that church. The last hidden advancements were both related to allays. See what I did? Where You've Got a Friend in Me, I played fetch with the allay using some dirt. Difficult stuff. For Birthday Song, the allay needs to drop a cake next to a note block. But this is a jukebox. Be right back. Okay, happy birthday, I guess. And that's every advancement except for the one I've been saving for last. This one is just pain. It's like the saying, you've made your bed, now lie in it. Except instead of a bed, it's a project that took a week long to complete, and instead of laying in it, I have to destroy it. And destroy it I did, but not before using a very useful feature from the mod Litematica. Litematica allows you to save holographic schematics of your builds that show exactly where to place blocks. By using it, I could make sure that my end island would look exactly the same after I rebuilt it. Days 472 to 476, I removed all the blocks I used to make the candles and stored them in chests in the stronghold. Then I removed the candle holders, and on day 479 it was time to respawn the dragon. Watching those obsidian pillars regenerate hurted a little. In order to stop the dragon from flying through and breaking the skulk and middle tower, I used a simple trick with water to hold it in place. I sniped the crystals and waited a few minutes. The dragon flew right into the trap, and I made sure to get the advancement before Yeah, I guess I got so caught up in killing the dragon that I forgot why I respawned it in the first place, but eventually the realization settled in. Oh my god. So I did it again, this time making sure I got the advancement. And there it was, all the advancements completed in my hardcore world. But there were still 20 days left until 500. In that time, I wanted to make sure that I left the end island exactly how it was before the episode. I spent 3 hours mining the obsidian pillars to slim them down, taking us to day 489 where I began rebuilding the candles. By day 496, the end was back to normal. I gathered up my 2.5 shulkers of obsidian, repaired my gear, and learned that obsidian is my third most mined block. Day 497, I had important matters to settle. You see, Travis asked if I'd name a villager Mr. Beast in the last episode, so here it is. Everyone, meet Mr. Beast the Priest. Going forward, I'd like to do names like this in all my videos. So if you have any name suggestions for items, tools, or mobs, leave them in the comments and I'll pick a few of my favorites each episode. For the last few days, I tried to add the chunk loader to the warden switch so it would be active no matter where I was on the map. But for some reason, the timing for activating the shrieker was wrong and wardens were still spawning. So I began designing a timer of my own, but that's going to need to be finished later because I'm bad at redstone, it's day 500, and I'm running out of time. I have a problem. You see, I like big builds, but taking on big builds requires a lot of blocks. And getting a lot of blocks takes a lot of time. And time is limited. So in this video, I'm going to invest my time wisely and create 10 must-have farms that will automatically gather blocks for me. Starting with this simple smoothstone farm, which I've conveniently built inside my mine. Despite popular belief, smoothstone isn't actually the most interesting thing to farm. I mean, it's stone. But it's an essential component in repeaters and comparators, which I'm going to need a lot of for the more complex farms in this video. Smoothstone is also great because you can use it to make stone bricks, which are totally not overused at all. Next up is a shulker shell farm. I've had to go on trips to the end to hunt for shulkers in almost every episode so far. And as much as I love floating around like a little kid's lost balloon, I would be perfectly fine never having to do it again. I'm going to need a lot of shulker boxes for the upcoming farms in this video, so let's get started. For the more ugly farms like this one, I'm going to be building them in this desert near my mob grinder. Okay, I lied. I forgot this farm requires snowmen, and, understandably, snowmen aren't too fond of the desert. So there's no way this is going to work, man. Instead, I'm just going to build it a few hundred blocks away at the edge of the jungle biome, a much more suitable climate for snowmen, I guess. Now that the farm is built, I need to get the first shulker in here to start it. Luckily, I still have an extra one trapped on the nether ceiling from getting the How Did We Get Here advancement last episode, so all I have to do is... Perfect. Now if I can just get it to go through the portal, it should teleport into the farm. Now it should be somewhere... Nice. Now that it's in, all I have to do is turn on the farm. All I have to do is turn on the farm. And it looks like it's working, but there's one more thing I have to do. First, I need more rockets. If only I had a farm for this. Now, where were we? Shulkers are one of the few mobs that don't despawn when the player leaves the area, so if I build a chunk loader near the farm, it should stay active 24/7. After running the farm for some shells, I began gathering the materials for the next farm, for arguably the most important resource in the game, wood. Now the previous two farms were quite simple, but not this one, because I'm not going to just build any old wood farm. I'm going to be building the Menace, a nether tree farm that produces 80,000 logs per hour. But first, I need more redstone, and some slime. If only I had a farm for those too. With the materials ready, I decided to build it on the edge of the desert bordering the mesa biome. I swapped out the standard item sorters for shulker loaders, and yeah, this thing definitely looks menacing. But as usual, there's a problem. Two, actually. This farm uses 5.5 bone meal and 4 fungi every second. For the fungis, I'm going to make a mini farm under the Menace for those.
Nice.
And the bone meal, I can get by using bones from my mob grinder. Or at least, enough to run the farm for a few minutes at a time. And with the farm loaded up, I'm finally ready to give this thing a test run. And this thing is insane. In the few minutes I was able to run it, most of the shulkers were about half full, giving me plenty of logs. Now, what's green? Very valuable and doesn't grow on trees. Emeralds. For the last 500 days, I've been trading wool for my emeralds. And while it's not the worst way of becoming rich, it certainly isn't the fastest. And why spend time shearing sheep when you can build a blue wooden skyscraper that generates stacks of that green stuff in mere seconds? This is a stacking raid farm. And the only thing left to do now is bring in the tenants, disrespect a neighboring tribe, and start smacking this stickman. And after 4 in-game days of farming, I've got unlimited emeralds and enough redstone to last the entire episode. With my redstone shortage finally solved, it's time for the next question. What's green, sticky, and doesn't grow on its slime farm time? The materials are fairly easy, but instead of using something like stone bricks, I'm switching it up and using tiled deep slate. I want to be able to see what's going on in the farm, so I'll need a bunch of amethyst shards for tinted glass. I'll also need lots of brown mushrooms. I'll explain later. For the farm itself, I actually used my brain and combined 2 existing designs into one. Thanks to the 1.19 update, it's now possible to build a slime-only farm on the surface of a swamp biome. I decided to go with Ilmango's design for the spawning platform, using the low light levels of brown mushrooms to prevent all spawns except for slimes. But instead of using campfires for the killing chamber, I used a different design based on ENXO4's looting slime farm. So, instead of being slow roasted over a fire, the slimes are transported into the nether... into the nether, boiled in lava, and sent back to the overworld to the AFK spot, where I can dice them up into bite-sized pieces with my looting 3 sword for extra servings. Yum. But why just stop at 1 sticky block when you can have 2? Collecting honey by hand is such a buzzkill, and when bees have freedom to fly around and be free, they get distracted, and it takes even longer. I just can't be bothered. So it's time for a honey farm. That should be all the material. Wait. Something's missing. It starts with B. Oh yeah, bees. I spent the next 20 minutes collecting all the bee nests I could find, which was 9. But I needed 16 full beehives, so, like any sane person would do, I made a bee breeding dungeon under my library. Just a few escaped bees, and an hour and a half later, we were in business. I also learned that the bees in the nether don't sleep, so they produce more honey. Interesting. But that's enough droning on, let's get building. Now, you might not think this is the most beautiful farm, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I released the bees, had a quick housewarming party, and added the glass bottles to complete the farm. And with this chunk loader on, this thing should run 24/7. Now, I've gotta say, I'm quite buzzed to be done with this one. Next up, we're going back to the basics. Sort of. I want a sugarcane farm, but those require lots of observers and pistons, which require a lot of cobblestone, which I don't have. So I need a cobblestone farm. Now, you might be wondering, can't you just use the smoothstone farm with a non-silk touch pickaxe? And to that, I say, yes. But no. See, with cobblestone farms, you can use TNT instead of mining manually, which means way more efficient farms. How much more efficient? that much more efficient. It only makes sense to build this thing right across from the smoothstone farm. This design had a lot of layers, and when it was finally done, I turned it on and everything seemed to be working fine. That is, until I went down to the collection system, or what was left of it. It turns out I must have messed up a layer, because the first few TNT did this. So I patched up the farm, turned it back on, and this time it didn't self-destruct. And after a few minutes of letting it run, I had more than enough cobble for the rest of the farms. Now, last episode I built a mini sugarcane farm in the attic of the library, but it's way too slow, and it's probably not a good idea to have water dripping down onto the books. So this time I'm building a much bigger farm under the library. Since this farm will never be seen, it only makes sense to take the extra time to make it look nice. So I went with a dark theme, bringing in basalt, deep slate, and blackstone variants, and adding frog lights for, well, light. The farm itself is pretty standard, but for the collection system, the sugarcane is gathered at the middle of the farm, where a dropper sends it up a bubble column to chests behind the main desk in the library. And now I can finally fix that leaky ceiling. That was the 8th farm, and if my math is correct, that means there's just 2 more. At this point, I've already got farms for all the major materials needed in redstone components. All except one. Quartz. Quartz is needed for comparators and observers, which are used in almost every farm, and after using thousands of quartz in my end transformation video, I'm pretty tired of getting it manually. But in order to farm quartz, I need a bartering farm, and there's no sense in building a bartering farm without a proper gold supply. So I'll be using this design by Dashpump, which produces over 1,000 gold blocks per hour, but building it requires 10,000 magma blocks, thousands of glass blocks, about 600 obsidian, and quite a few turtle eggs. Not exactly the simplest build, but it'll definitely be worth it. Getting the magma blocks went exactly how you'd expect. I entered the nether with 2 full durability pickaxes and 6 empty shulkers, and after an hour and a half, some banged up pickaxes, and permanent burns on my feet, I had filled all 6 shulkers. After that, I used the emeralds from the raid farm to buy glass from my librarians, which got me half a shulker per day, and after a few days, I had enough. The obsidian was easy, as it should be, since I still have thousands of it from mining the obsidian pillars. All that's left now is the turtle eggs. I found a few turtles near the jungle, but it took an hour for me to realize that turtles can instantly be bred again after laying an egg. So I built an actual breeding pen, and after another hour, I was ready. The gold farm uses a bunch of spawning platforms made of magma blocks, with portals in the middle. The piglins are attracted to the turtle eggs, and enter the portals, traveling to the overworld, where they take some fall damage and are sent back to the nether to this top portal, where they're killed by my looting 3 sword. And to make it unique, I decided to mix things up and go with a pink theme for this farm. But I noticed something very odd when I finished building it. I had somehow built a baby piglin farm. I assumed this meant something was wrong with the overworld side. And, turns out I had a row of slabs blocking the top portal. With those removed, the farm was working perfectly, allowing piglins of all sizes to join the fun. After half an hour of AFKing, I gathered a shulker of ingots, which will be plenty to get the bartering farm started. The bartering farm I've chose is very compact, but you need a carved pumpkin for each piglin to keep them from despawning. And I don't have a pumpkin farm yet, so... With that sorted, it was time to get to work. I purposely built the gold farm near the edge of a crimson forest, so I could build the bartering farm right next to it. I just need a way down. There we go. The bartering farm is made up of 2 main parts, a shulker loader, and a room for the piglins to spawn. Now I just need to pillar up a bit and wait. After some time passed, I had realized I'd made a mistake. The piglins are supposed to be in these scaffolding blocks, not on them, which is probably why I have these extra blocks. With that fixed, I AFK'd some more, fixed another mistake, and AFK'd some more, until all the piglins were ready. To use it, I just toss the gold into here, face the other way, and load everything into these shulker boxes, which are automatically replaced with empty ones when they're full. And after that shulker of gold, I've got quite the variety of loot here. Oh yeah, almost forgot. And now that I have all these farms producing all these blocks, what should I do with them? I built the ultimate pumpkin farm in hardcore Minecraft, a farm so big that it broke the game's sound. The final product took more than 50 hours to complete and holds nearly 16,000 pumpkin stems that produce over 65,000 pumpkins per hour. And, believe it or not, by the end of the video, I actually find a use for all those pumpkins. Now, to build something of this scale, I'm going to need a lot of blocks. The most obvious one is orange concrete, which shouldn't be too difficult since I only need 27,000 of it. I think the only viable method of getting that much concrete without going insane is building one of these. This is a sand duper. As demonstrated, it throws sand blocks at the end portal, causing clones of the blocks to appear in the end dimension, just as the devs intended. Now, I could just stand here and collect it by hand, but why not take this a step further and create a collection system that loads all the blocks into shulker boxes for me? And with that complete, all I have to do is change out the sand for orange concrete powder. And we should have that 27,000 concrete in no time. Oh, wait. That's not supposed to happen. Alright, take two. I replaced the waterlogged slabs with waterlogged signs, which should stop the powder from concreting, which is a word apparently. And now I can just turn the slabs into full blocks. Spooky. Now that everything's working properly, this thing should be making 72,000 concrete powder an hour, which is more than double what I need for the pumpkin, so... I AFK'd for a bit longer than I was planning, but now I have lots and lots and lots of extra concrete. I mean, who knows, maybe I'll end up needing it. Okay, remember when I accidentally turned some of the powder into concrete? Now I need to do that to all 27,000 of the concrete powder, but on purpose. And thankfully, there's a mostly painless way to do that as well. Emphasis on the mostly. This is a concrete converter, and you'll never guess what it does. It relies on pistons that push and pull the powder, stairs that turn the powder into. T-dupers are positioned over the collect distance from the blast chamber blocks to the hoppers. Just look at all those hoppers. That is a lot of hoppers. It converts powder into concrete. And, like I said, this process was mostly painless. I definitely didn't struggle to find a way to place the powder fast enough and mess up a water stream that caused half of the concrete to despawn. Nope. But, in a scenario where that did happen, the extra concrete powder would have been very helpful. Just a quick deforestation session for the stem. And it's time to get this party started. And by party, I mean pumpkin. Since the pumpkin farm also serves as a lag machine, I'd like to place it in a remote location that I don't plan on visiting. Somewhere like Fatu Eva, or maybe the Savannah biome. Yeah, this'll do. Credit to BFMCG on Planet Minecraft because without a reference, this build would have been next to impossible. The full pumpkin took over 4 hours to complete, and the funny thing is, that wasn't even half the total blocks I used in this project. It was the inside of the pumpkin that turned out to be the most time consuming. But before I can get to that part, I first have to carve it. And light it. Nice. Now that we've got this massive pumpkin, it's time to start filling it with the actual pumpkin farm. But there's a problem. I need 32,000 dirt. I do have a bit of a head start though. Between carving and lighting the pumpkins, I enchanted 9 maxed out diamond shovels that should do the trick. Now the dirt. I'm going to get it from flattening out my spawn chunks, since there's a good chance I'll end up building something in this area in a future video. Over the next few hours, I managed to collect 20 shulkers of dirt, which was more than enough for the farm. However, dirt wasn't the only resource I didn't have enough of. I also need a bunch of glowstone, because apparently, plants need light to grow. If I just fire up my raid farm for a while, I should be able to get all the glowstone and some redstone that will come in handy too. And with the glowstone and redstone crafted, I'll gather up all the other materials like glass, wood, iron, terracotta, redstone dust, slime blocks, honey blocks, iron bars, observers, sticky pistons, obsidian, and a whole bunch of other blocks. And you can't plant 16,000 pumpkins without 16,000 pumpkin seeds. So now that's nowhere near 16,000, but it's enough to get me started. Speaking of getting started, it's time to build the first layer of the farm. And while I'm doing that, I'll share a quick rundown of what my plan is. The farm is going to consist of 8 of these layers, each having a 64 by 64 field of dirt with glowstone and water so the pumpkins can grow. Half of that dirt will be turned into farmland so I can plant the seeds. And speaking of seeds, I'm already out. But if I get this first layer working, it should give me enough pumpkins for the rest of the seeds while I'm working on the other 7 layers. So I'll set up a super advanced collection system and then the flying machines to get this thing started. Okay, that's not good. That was kind of like one of those superhero landing on the hood of the car scenes where they do the... Anyways, I just realized that I completely forgot about the hopper minecarts. Each layer needs 32 of them. So that's 256 total, which is 2,560 ingots, and I have not that much. So there. Now the iron farm will continue producing iron while I work on the pumpkin farm. And for now, I'll use what I have to make enough minecarts for the first 2 flying machines. Place them in. And now my favorite part. Now, I've just added this simple redstone circuit that should launch both the machines. Which will travel back and forth collecting all the pumpkins in the minecarts and depositing them in the hopper line. That goes to the auto droppers, that goes to the water, that goes to the collection system, that goes to me. And that's the basics of how this farm will work. I just gotta build all this 7 more times. Starting with 28,000 blocks of dirt, which might not look like much when stacked on top of each other, but if you spread it out. After too many hours of asking myself why I couldn't build a normal pumpkin farm like a normal person, I finally finished all the layers. But I couldn't get too excited. I still had to turn half the dirt into farmland. I lost 9 hoes that day. And then it was seeding time. Now, if I was smart, which clearly, I would have held the seeds in my offhand while tilling the dirt. But since I didn't, this part took another 1.5 hours. And with the seeds done, the fields are now ready. Right? Well, it turns out that the pumpkins need more light than I thought, which is why this pumpkin patch is so patchy. But for now, I'm going to save that problem for future me and work on the redstone and flying machines. For the final version of the farm, that simple circuit I built at the beginning wasn't going to cut it. Like I said before, this farm causes a bit of lag. Even without the machines running, my game sound was already broken. So I wanted a way to activate the flying machine 2 layers at a time. After watching some old mumbo jumbo tutorials, I tried putting 2 circuits called T flip-flops together, and it actually worked. When the flying machines start, the first flip-flop is activated, and when they return, the second one is activated, which changes the lamp on or off. The change in the lamp sends a signal to the next 2 layers, and the process repeats. When it gets to the top, the signal is sent through the observers back down to the bottom, and it starts over. And now that everything is working perfect, It's time to solve that lighting problem. Right now, there's not enough light, so if I just get some more and place it down, problem solved. There's one key part to this farm that's still missing, and that's the collection system. Sadly, this little hopper isn't going to be able to handle the drops alone. So I built a new collection system that can get the job done. Now, you might have noticed the composters already. Basically, I don't really need pumpkins.
You what?
But on the off chance that I do need a few for some reason, I'll have 55,000 pumpkins stored in these double chests just in case. When those chests are full, the rest of the pumpkins will be turned into bone meal, which I actually do need. Now it's time to put this thing to the test to see how many pumpkins it actually produces. So I'll just let the farm do a full cycle, then count the pumpkins I get when 2 layers are harvested. That's 1,209 pumpkins, which means that all 8 layers together would produce about 4,800 pumpkins per cycle. Each cycle takes about 4 minutes and 27 seconds, which is about 13.5 cycles per hour, giving us a grand total of roughly 65,000 pumpkins per hour. That's a lot of pumpkins. When converted to bone meal, that's about 6,000 bone meal per hour, which is pretty bad considering moss farms exist. But do I regret anything? Oh yeah, this is Steve. He lives here now. And did you guys know that melons produce 5 times more bone meal than pumpkin? Wait, I built a modern mansion in hardcore Minecraft. Actually, let's try something new. 742 days. That's how long I've been living in this cramped, musty basement. It wasn't always like this. I used to have a small cottage home that I stole, or rather, inherited, from the villager that owned it before me. But then, the sheep came. They were evil, relentless creatures, but I did what I could, trapping them in a pen. But in the process, my home was lost. I sought refuge in the only place I could, the old cellar of a nearby building. I had to make the most of what little space I had, lining the walls with chests and barrels to hold all my possessions. At that moment, I didn't have many, but over time, the world around me expanded, and so did my wealth. I constructed farms of all shapes and sizes across the land, some proving to be more useful than others, but each contributed to my now overwhelming amount of items. My ender chest, filled with shulker boxes. My barrels, shulker boxes. Even my floor is made of shulker boxes. I can't keep living like this. But if everything goes according to plan, I won't have to. So what is my plan? You see, there's this rich real estate guy on YouTube who's doing a live tour of this fancy modern mansion today. It'll tell you everything you need to know. And while you guys are getting caught up, I'm going to work on finding a way to befriend these sheep. Nice sheepy. Welcome back everyone, I'm Rich Real Estate Guy. The building you see behind me is a brand new modern mansion. It has 27 rooms, a 4-car garage, a tennis court, and 2 swimming pools. It was constructed on a beautiful 16,000 square block lot along the coast of this stunning ocean. The construction was completed in 200 days by a solo master builder who has chosen to remain anonymous. When asked why, the builder said, quote, "Everything is awesome," before wandering off. An interesting character, but that's more than enough background information. Let's begin our tour. So, starting with the exterior here, the property is surrounded by a white concrete and glass wall, perfect for keeping out sheep and sheeple. The main gate opens up to a massive parking lot that branches off to a pedestrian pickup drop-off location along the main walkway. The walkway, surrounded by beautiful azalea bushes, splits off, one path wrapping around the side of the mansion and the other to our main entrance here. Approaching the entrance, there are 2 fountains on either side of the walkway and a covered porch area with outdoor seating. Now let's head inside. Going through the oversized sliding glass door, we enter our foyer. Foyer? Take your pick. It's a double tall room open to the second floor above, with dark oak plank cutouts on the ceiling. Our main feature in this room is the netherrack powered fireplace, set into the wall. It's surrounded by white couches and makes for a relaxing lounge area, complete with a winding bookshelf made of deep slate tile. Moving on through here, we enter our main hall that spans from the front of the mansion all the way to the back. To the left, we have our main staircase and a perfect elevator. Don't question it. To our right, we see the main dining area with a quartz dining table on a slab of the finest smooth basalt and a raised ceiling with hanging lighting. Quartz is an excellent material for seating because it's harder than steel. Off to the side, we have our bar for juice. It's a juice bar. Before moving on, we'll take a quick look into this doorway, which leads to another foyer between our garage and main walkway. This one with a comfy corner couch and stained glass coffee table facing a painting. It's not a flat screen TV. Or is it? Moving into the garage, you'll see some rich guy cars, and coming over to the garage doors, I'll demonstrate that they're fully functional. Just like me. Let's head back through the dining area and into our kitchen. In the kitchen, we'll find additional seating with a window view of the ocean. The charcoal gray kitchen counters are nicely complemented by the stripped dark oak backdrop and chocolate bar cabinets. Through these doors is our walk-in freezer, aka the meat closet. Not to be confused with the meeting closet, which may or may not exist. In the corner of this room, another door takes you to our first spare room. Turns out, 27 rooms was too many for the master builder to fill, but it's always nice to have that extra space in case you need it. Going back through our kitchen and through the back door, we step out onto the patio, and the view here is just amazing. In front of us is the swimming pool, with integrated frog lights and nothing but a layer of glass separating it from the ocean. In the center of the pool, we have our outdoor fireplace, a really unique feature. Stepping back inside, we'll come back through our dining room and into our grand room. This area here is the outer grand room. It's a double tall room that's visible from the second floor. It serves as our entrance to the inner grand room, where our glass floor leads us to our home theater.
What's it gonna be, you heartless balls of fluff? Cake? Apples? Mutton? You like
Probably
mutton?
should have turned that off. Anyways, on either side of our TV, we have waterfalls flowing down into the floor that add a nice touch to the otherwise minimalistic room. Passing through the dining room for a final time, we'll venture down this hallway here. On our right is a secondary staircase leading up to the second floor. Ignoring that for now, we'll move into the next room, which is the juice making room. And, well, need I explain? Next up, we have a smaller outdoor area, which again overlooks the ocean, a perfect place to stop for a bit of fresh air. Further down the hallway and to our right, we'll find 4 guest rooms, each having a nearly identical arrangement with a sleek modern bed, coral carpet, a painting, and a spacious bathroom. And not to forget, the potted azalea tree adds a unique touch of life to each room. Rounding the corner here, our hallway opens up to our second entrance, and outside, an expansive cobbled deep slate terrace with outdoor seating. This is where the pathway we saw earlier leads to. Going back inside, directly in front of us is our indoor gym, fully kitted with a bench press, exercise mats, a punching bag, and a treadmill. I'd demonstrate, but I already got my workout in this morning. The hallway wraps around to the other side, where we have our second wing of guest rooms, with the same setup as the other ones, so no need to waste our time touring those. Moving along, a second patio oversees the front yard, and we've returned to our main hallway. We'll go ahead and take the elevator up to the second floor. Not sure if that would pass a safety inspection, but at least the obsidian is there to catch you if you fall. Obsidian is actually softer than quartz, so it's surprisingly good at breaking your fall, and the occasional leg. Anyway, on our right, the stairs continue spiraling up to the rooftop, and a glass railing allows us to peer down at the foyer below us without falling to our death. A nice touch. Moving on, we enter our entertainment room, which has a pool table, fancy shelves, a cool bookcase, and a television.
What about wheat? Oh, now we're in business.
Sorry about that. Just outside, we have our balcony overlooking the pool and the ocean, and just look at that sunset view. Back inside and through this door, we have the master bedroom, with a raised ceiling, a king-size bed, with a headboard that spans the entire wall. On the other side of the room, another lounge area. On the side opposite of where we came in, the room opens up to another hallway. and another balcony with views of the parking lot below. Down this side of the hallway, we'll find 2 rooms. One a spare room, and the other was the master builder's storage room. On the other end, we'll find another spare room and our bathroom. In the corner sits a smooth quartz jacuzzi tub, a bath mat, smooth quartz countertop, and sink. You didn't see anything. And nothing quite says I'm rich like relieving yourself into a toilet made of solid gold. Flush is nice too. Moving back out toward the elevator, we'll find a hallway that wraps around the outer grand room below. Again, a glass railing for safety reasons. On one side, we have our second staircase we saw earlier, and next to that, our final spare room. On the other side, we have another balcony and a hallway leading to our trophy room, with froglight lit display cases for anything we might want to show off. Kind of like a personal museum of sorts. On the floor, a glowstone arrangement surrounded by a royal red carpet, and on the ceiling, the most unique feature, space for a massive 8x8 map. Using level 3 maps here will display a 64 million block area, and this tiny dot here is what the mansion would look like. 2 sliding glass doors lead us to a larger terrace above the second entrance. And now it's time for the roof. I'll opt for the stairs this time, because I happen to like my legs intact. A glass wall encases one side of the staircase, extending nearly the entire height of the mansion. At the top of the stairs, we have a small foyer and a sliding glass door that leads outside. To our right are some lounge chairs that are as soft as snow. And to our left, some umbrella-shaded tables across from an outdoor juice bar. Along the back side of the roof are 3 canopies providing shade for our additional outdoor seating. And just up these quartz stairs is our rooftop swimming pool, made of polished andesite and lit by frog lights. On the other end of the pool is an identical staircase and a tennis court. A rooftop probably isn't the best place to play a sport with a bouncing ball, but it's fine, just bring extra balls. And that pretty much concludes. What a chump. Gets me every time. Oh yeah, come check out my new mansion. I've added a couple things since I took the place over. Of course, I had to add a hidden passageway behind my bookshelves. Such a classic. And completely automatic. Then, coming down to the garage, just check out my new cars. That guy barely mentioned them in the tour. If I just hop in the blue one, it's so fast that it takes you straight to the end dimension. Pretty convenient. And I even thought of the perfect use for this glass floor. I'm going to build an right below it. So, Minecraft Java Edition currently has 63 biomes, and in this video I'm going to attempt to rebuild every single one. Even the void. But instead of putting them in these little exhibits like everyone and their grandma has seen before, I'm going to build a mega base in the middle of the ocean with every biome and structure in the game. Because that's definitely the best way to spend the next 3 weeks of my life. Okay, I'm going to break this project up into 3 phases. In phase 1, I'll need to pick a spot to build this monstrosity and prepare the area for construction. And I have just the spot in mind. Now, you're probably wondering what makes this spot so special. Well, I want to have an end portal directly in the center of all the biomes. And if I just dig over here, bingo. It's almost like I planned this. And if you look closely, you'll see that this spot also contains an ocean. The ocean is essential because I think it will look cool in the thumbnail. And that's it really. Now that I've got the spot picked out, it's time to mark out the corners. And now all the water within this square needs to go. The good news is Ilmango has a design for water removers that will make this process infinitely easier. The bad news, in order to drain the most water possible, the ocean floor needs to be flat, which it very much is not. So it's time for some scuba mining. And for the sake of not needing to repair my tools every 10 minutes, I'm going to... These things should last me forever though, as long as I don't break any. That's everything I need, so let's get started. And that's 25% of the square flattened. This is gonna take a while. And that's the entire ocean floor flattened down to Y45. Now I can finally start draining the water. To do that, I'm going to need some materials, starting with slime, leaves, sand, and ominous banners. You'll see why in a minute. And with all that collected, it's time to build. The walls of sand and leaves I'm placing now are called bumpers, or at least that's what I'm calling them. They'll give the water removers something to bounce off of. And speaking of water removers, now technically I could just start activating these one by one, but I think it will look cooler if they all move together as one unit. That's where these banners come in. If I place the first one down on this observer and then connect the rest of the banners to it, remove these chests, and then break the first banner, it activates all of them at once. That was the easiest 800k blocks of water I've ever removed. So we're almost ready to start making this hole deeper. But we've got a bit of a situation down there. All that leftover water needs to go, and as you saw, this place turns into a mob farm at night. I'm going to tackle the water problem first, but first... No, that sounds stupid. Firstly, I want to outline the circle that we're going to be building in. Perfect. Now the water. How many sponges? Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. That I can work with. I'm sure you guys have seen sponges work before, so I'll just... Boom. Water gone. And for my next trick, I'm gonna make these mobs gone too with a super simple mob switch by ENX04. That should be enough silverfish, so as long as this chunk loader is running, we should have a functioning mob switch. Okay, it worked. That's going to make this next part a lot easier. So we're almost finished with phase 1, but if I was to start building now, the mountain biomes would be about 15 blocks tall. And I'd like to shoot for at least 30 blocks, so I've got a bit of mining ahead of me. I started by removing as much sand, dirt, and gravel I could find, so it wouldn't get in my way while mining. Kind of like my cat just did. And then I got to mining, using some allays to help collect the blocks, but it quickly became clear that trying to keep the blocks was going to make this take way too long. So I ditched that idea and focused on mining as fast as I could. But even that wasn't enough. It was at this point where I started digging tunnels and filling them with TNT I made using gunpowder I got from my raid farm. And this is when I started seeing some real progress. With just a few layers left, I decided to go for one final massive explosion. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. Not even the nightmare I witnessed back on day 21.
Why are you jumping on the bed?
No, this was far worse. The goal of this phase is to place down all of the concrete and get everything ready to start building the biomes. To place down all the concrete, we must first obtain it. Now to convert it, that should be enough for now. Alright, time to place some blocks. And there we go. That's kind of trippy looking. So if you've watched one of my videos before, you know I like pain. And what's more painful than spending 3 hours placing a giant cylinder of white concrete? Spending a few more hours making that cylinder 2 blocks thick because I think it'll look better in the thumbnail. That wasn't so bad. For the floor, I placed 2 mini HUD holograms as a reference. The brown circle is where the Mushroom Island is going to be. And the blue one is where the ocean biomes are going to start. Now I just need to dig a trench for the oceans and coat everything in a layer of concrete. Filling in the rest should be easy since it's flat, but I want to set something up that will save me some time later. The mob switch I built earlier is great for temporarily removing mobs, but every time I quit the game I have to fly 1,000 blocks to turn it back on. So to fix that, I want to build a mob switch right in the center of the biome so that the whole thing is mob proof at all times. Okay, I've hollowed out the area under the end portal for the mob switch, and now I need to kidnap a few villagers and trap them here. So... nice. Now I can take them through the nether. And right over here, into the mob switch room. Cure them, place down a ton of beds, swap the gray beds for pink beds because they're just better, and feed them so they can replicate. It appears I've made a cat farm. Okay, I'm gonna try my best not to kill them this time. Now I can proceed with the floor. Awesome, so everything within the walls is ready for phase 2, but I can't just leave the outside looking like that. It's gross. And after several hours filling in the water, removing the bumpers, adding sand to the bottom, and planting tons of kelp, it still looks pretty bad. But you can't see it from the inside anyways, so I can't be bothered. During that, I also worked on the mob switch a little, turning all the villagers into cartographers and locking in their trades by buying maps. So now if I just get this guy... Nope. Alright, that's exactly how I wanted that to go. And while that zombie is having the time of his life, I'll explain what exactly this contraption does. Since I traded with all the villagers, they can't despawn, even once they've been zombified and are counting towards the mob cap, which means the whole area will be spawn proof as long as I'm within 128 blocks of them. Pretty cool. So with the mob switch done, the inside of the walls finished and the outside ready, I guess that means it's time. Alright, this is where it all comes together, I hope. Otherwise, I just spent 60 hours building a bowl. So here's the plan. I'm going to divide this circle into 8 sections. Each section will contain biomes of a similar type. The first is going to include the temperate biomes, and what better way to start it off than the plains biome. For that, I'm going to need some grass. Lots and lots of grass. With that collected, I'll start with the shoreline, mixing grass and sand to mix it up. I want the biomes to gradually get higher the closer they get to the wall. That way the mountains can reach the whole way to the top and cover up all the concrete. And if I just fill that in, I can start adding detail and our first mini structure. So the left half here is going to be the sunflower plains. And on the right, I want to add a mini village to the regular plains. That actually looks really good. Okay, now as much as I'd love to show every block I'm placing, if I spend a minute on each biome, like I did with the plains, we're going to be here for another 61 minutes. So it's time to start picking up the pace. The next two biomes behind the plains are going to be the forest and birch forest. Behind those is the flower forest and the tall birch forest. While working on those, I had to get more grass and decided to relocate this ruined nether portal to our flower forest. So that's one more structure completed. And to get the tall birch trees, I grew birch saplings on pillars of birchwood, which was pretty big brain if you ask me. With those 6 biomes complete, it was time to do the mountains for this section, which were the meadow and stony peaks. And I was severely underprepared for how draining building custom mountains is. Like, the mountains for this section took 3 hours alone. On the stony peak side, I added a dungeon as our third structure for the section, using gilded blackstone as a fake spawner and added some ores around for variation. While I'm waiting for that grass to grow, I think it would be cool to add a waterfall going down the stony peaks and through the birch forest, forming our river biome. And I'll transition it into the frozen river biome in section 2. To finish off section 1, I added flowers to the meadow biome and then began working on our first ocean, which is the regular ocean biome. Quick disclaimer, some oceans have a deep variant, which is kind of hard to represent when you're making everything mini. So I'm considering the deepest point the deep ocean and the less deep parts the regular ocean. I'm also realizing now that I lied. There's still one more mini structure for this section, which I need a sea lantern for. Now that's what I would call monumental success. So section 2, which I guess I gave away with the frozen river thing. This section is going to contain all the snowy biomes, starting things off with the soon-to-be snowy beach and the not-yet snowy plains. And then the frozen ocean, which is where one of our structures will be. And I'm out of ice. According to the wiki, an iceberg is considered a structure-like feature, so don't you just love when you're trying to record a voiceover and your dog keeps barking constantly? According to the wiki, an iceberg is considered a structure-like feature, so we're including those too. I can't build the iceberg without snow though, so I'm gonna need some help. And I have just the guy for the job. With the help of my new friend, I spread snow across the entire snowy beach and the snowy plains, and farmed up the snow blocks I needed for the iceberg. It's a bit big, I think, but so are icebergs, so I'll leave it be. Next up, I finished the frozen river I mentioned earlier, connecting it to the frozen ocean, and decided to lay out the rest of the terrain to get that part over with. But then something terrible happened. What I lost that day could never be replaced. Until the next day, when Snowbird 2 arrived. With the section mostly covered in snow, it was time to begin splitting up the biomes. On the left side, behind the snowy plains, I added the snowy taiga. And on the right, the ice spikes biome, which was an interesting one to build. It turned out pretty good, but I ended up giving it a bit of an upgrade later on. From there, I worked my way up the mountain, adding a grove biome, which is basically a snowy mountain with trees. And to the right of that is the snowy slopes, which is like a snowy mountain without trees. I then added ice to the left half of the mountain to make the frozen peaks biome, and on the right I added snow on the stone for the jagged peaks. And that's it. Wait, was that a... Oh yeah, I added a ravine with a deep dark biome and a mini ancient city. For section 3 we have the end biomes, And this one ended up being one of my favorites. I didn't even mean to. The end is the only dimension that doesn't have naturally generating liquid, so it wouldn't make sense to add an ocean biome in this section. Instead, I wanted to mimic the void, which just so happens to be a biome. Now, realistically, I couldn't build the void because it's literally nothing. But what I could do is recreate a fog effect with black glass to make the pit look endless. So I went back to my starter village and farmed up some of the materials. And while I was at it, decided to collect all the endstone and chorus fruit I was going to need too. With the resources gathered, I had everything I needed to start building, and began lining the edge of the snow biome and the whole back wall with a layer of black concrete. From there, I started working on the void, first adding the small end islands biome, and then creating the end barrens, which is basically like the edge of an end island. With those complete, I added all the black stained glass and completed the fog effect, which makes for a fairly convincing void. And then it was time to work on the remaining 3 end biomes. So I filled in all the endstone, trying my best to replicate the terrain of the end. And it was time to get creative. The end isn't exactly all that detailed, so it was important that I captured its most distinct features. In the back left, I wanted to build the end, which sounds like a dumb joke, but that's literally the name of the biome. It's basically the main end island, so I wanted to build mini obsidian pillars surrounding the end podium. I used deep slate for the podium since it's the closest thing I could get to bedrock, and then used concrete to figure out the spacing for the obsidian pillars, which turned out pretty good, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. So after a quick trip to the nether, I was able to craft enough end crystals to top off all the pillars. And I even added some iron bars to 2 of them, which brought the whole thing together. After that, I noticed the rest of the end was looking quite empty, so I planted a bunch of chorus flowers in the Midlands biome and in what would soon be the Highlands biome. So to finish up the Highlands biome, I'm going to build a mini end city, but first I need to pop some chorus fruit. Just a quick stop at the super smelter. There we go. Time to build that end city. As it's being built, I want to give a big thanks to Blocky Bryson. There were a few different tutorials for mini structures, but I liked his the most. This end city and the jungle temple that you'll see later were based off his tutorials. Okay, that looks really good, but the problem is you can't really see it. These chorus fruit plants are way too tall, so enjoy 10 seconds of chorus fruit ASMR. And time for the grand reveal. Yeah, that looks way better. And I guess that means it's time for the next section, which is going to be the swampy section. So I went on an adventure gathering all the blocks I'd need for the swamps. And then got to work, laying out the shallow swamp water and giving it a mix of dirt and clay. After a quick reminder that I'm not Dream, I scattered a bunch of lily pads throughout the water and decided to tackle a reoccurring problem with this build. You see, blocks like grass and leaves have different shades depending on what biome they're in, but since this entire base is built in the ocean, the grass and leaves don't care that I need them to be dark to make a swamp. In this case, I can't do anything about the grass, but for the swamp trees, I tried using oak logs with birch leaves to make them darker, which worked surprisingly well. And while the grass was growing, I added a mini witch hut too. And then placed the mud for the mangrove swamp. From there, I began adding the mangrove trees, which were kind of a mess to be honest. It took some finagling to get the spacing right, but once I did, I started filling in the extra space with dead bushes, grass, and swamp flowers. I decided to place the dark oak biome with the swamps, but I had to get creative since I didn't have much space left. I built a plateau reaching all the way up to the top, got a bunch of saplings, tried my best with the mini woodland mansion, and filled in all the dark oak trees. And then it was time for the second cave biome. I went with the dripstone caves here, carving a hole in the mountainside and building the cave out of stone before raiding a real dripstone cave for the materials to decorate it. And I'm quite happy with the result. The last part of this biome is invisible, at least from the surface. Fossils have a chance to spawn in swamp biomes, but they only spawn underground. I guess I'll leave one block exposed because why not? And that's 4 out of the 8 sections complete. On to section 5, starting with the ocean as usual. If you're wondering why one side is stone, it's because the next biome is going to be the stony shores. This is a cold ocean, so basically a regular ocean, but we pretend it's colder.
Shiver my timbers!
From there, I finished the stony shores by adding stone to the shores. Then I set off to grab the rest of the blocks I'd need. With the blocks in stock, I began working on the ocean ruins, which I shamelessly stole from a neighboring ocean. And then placed the next 2 biomes. My plan was to have the old growth spruce on the left and the regular taiga on the right. Now the only thing that makes the 2 old growth taigas different from each other are the tree types, which I can't control. So I spent a stupid amount of time growing and chopping down trees to get the specific types. Then I finished the regular taiga, before getting a sign from the universe that I've been spending way too long on each project because this is the second build in a row I've had a skeleton trap spawn. Anyways, I lined up the framework for the remaining biomes and started filling them in. I added the giant pines behind the spruce, then the windswept gravelly hills, followed by the windswept forest and windswept hills, completing the section. One thing I forgot to mention is that these mossy boulders are considered structure-like, so we can check those off. And there is another structure for this section, but I forgot about it until the very end of the video. So yeah. This is when I decided to go back and revamp the ice spikes biome. The extra space at the back was bothering me, so I filled it in with a few more spikes. Yeah, that's much better. Now the jungle section, starting with the warm ocean, which I'm both excited and intimidated to build. Then the beach, and the entire landscape so I could get that part over with. But before I could do much with the jungle, I had to spend an eternity gathering jungle saplings, because they have half the drop rate of all the other saplings. With the saplings finally gathered, I built the sparse jungle, and then the regular jungle, with a mini jungle temple. On the left half, I used giant taiga trees to spread podzol for the bamboo forest, and then noticed a neighboring jungle island had bushes on the hillsides, so I replicated those on my own mountains, which, to be clear, don't really count as a biome. I just needed to cover up the concrete. I buried my berry under the beach, checking buried treasure off the list, and then started working on the lush cave. And every lush cave needs its very own azalea tree. From there, it was just a matter of terraforming a cave and lushifying it. That's the lush cave done, but just like the end city, you can't see it. So I'm going to have to trim down each stalk and place string on top, which I'm sure won't be tedious at all. Okay. Well, there's string above all these bamboo stalks now, but I have to cut them down so the tops will regrow with leaves. Forest fruit ASMR and bamboo ASMR in one video. And now things are about to get spicy.
Why is it spicy?
Because it's time for the nether section. So first up is the lava lake. It's not a biome, but there aren't oceans in the nether. unless you're Kalani, I guess. And here's a quick summary of how the next hour and a half went. I feel like this shouldn't be a thing. That's good enough. I'm going to fill it in with blocks anyways. Like so. And I want to just get all the block collecting over with now. So that's the basic layout for the Nether Wastes and the Soul Sand Valley. Now I just need to go through and add some details like magma blocks, gravel, one of those basalt pillar things, another one here maybe, yep, another fossil, which is one of our structures. There we go. A clump of glowstone. And in this gap I have here, I want to place the mini bastion. This is the type I chose as a reference. It probably has a name, but I don't know it. But here's my replica. Not too shabby. For the next two biomes, we have the Crimson Forest and the Warped Forest. For these, it was really just a matter of using bone meal on everything. Wait, why is this one so tall? It's taller than the jungle trees. And the last biome for the Nether is the Basalt Delta, which ended up taking 6 or 7 hours to finish. I lost count. I used so much basalt that I had to make a makeshift farm for it, which I threw together in a few minutes. And from there, it was really just a matter of grinding it out. Despite nearly going insane while building it, this was probably my favorite biome of the entire megabase. When the terraforming was finished, I needed to add a background in front of the white concrete. The Basalt Delta has a kinda grayish purpley color for the air, I guess? So I tried using cyan terracotta to replicate it.
Whoa, hey.
Which ended up looking kinda meh. But then I realized light blue terracotta actually looks light purple. So I tore it all down and replaced it with the good stuff. After dealing with some surprise guests, the only thing left was the Nether Fortress, so I took a quick trip to my own fortress to try to figure out how to build one, and these guests just wouldn't leave me alone. When I was ready, I went back and got to work. I wanted to have it coming out of the Basalt Delta and poking into the Warped Forest a little, which worked out quite well. There's even a mini blaze spawner. And it's time for the next section, starting with the lukewarm ocean, which will be home to our final underwater structure, the shipwreck. Now, I'd admit that I stole this from another ocean, but I prefer to call it relocating. I relocated it. Just like the ocean, the rest of these biomes are of the warm variety. I laid out the land for the first 4 biomes and got to detailing them, adding cacti, a desert well, and a desert temple to the desert. For the savanna, I ran into the same issue that I had earlier. Other than acacia trees, the savanna's only discernible feature is its dead-looking grass, which I can't replicate because I'm in an ocean biome. So the next best solution was using path blocks to mimic the color of the savanna. Of course, this meant I couldn't place grass there, so I made up for it by using patches of coarse dirt to plant all the foliage, which I think looks pretty good. The next 2 biomes are a bit wacky. Before I could start though, I went on a quick trip with my cat to collect all the natural spawning terracottas. got the red sand, and got started. That's the eroded badlands done, and the windswept savanna, which still needs some work, but I want to get started on the mountains, which are going to be the savanna plateau, wooded badlands, and regular badlands. Now, the problem with using path blocks is that it leaves these little gaps which I have to fill across this entire mountain. Now for the details, and time to add the wood to the wooded badlands, using birch leaves again for that darker look. For the structures, I'm going to add the pillager outpost right here. And then a mine shaft over in the badlands. With a fake cave spider spawner, and some cobwebs from this abandoned village to finish it. And boom. The entire outer area of the mega base complete. Now, as much as I'd love to start the final biome, I've got to take care of that structure I missed earlier in the taiga biomes. I'll just need some of these, a few shards, that gives that section a little pizzazz, a little zest, a little panache?
Panache.
Yeah, panache. Now I'll just clean up my mess, grab some mycelium, and some of these on the way. I don't have a silk touch shovel. And now the mushrooms. That's the mushroom island complete, but there's still one more structure left, hence this hole. I'm going to build a stronghold themed gateway here. And yeah, you can very much hear the mob switch from up here. So here it is. Every single biome and structure in Minecraft. Vanilla Minecraft has just 6 mob heads, but I thought it would be cool if every mob could drop a head. So when I started my hardcore world last year, I included the More Mob Heads data pack, which gives every mob in the game a chance to drop its head. Common mobs, like pigs, tend to have the lowest drop rates. While the more rare or dangerous mobs, like the blue axolotl, the wither, and the warden, which I'll be taking on towards the end of the video, have a 100% drop rate. As I go, I'll be placing each mob head in its respective habitat inside my new megabase. So that's 1 down, only 174 left to go. First up are the farm animals. Oh, that's the sheep head collected. Or at least one of them. I still need the other 15 colors. Alright, let me place a few of these down. We'll place the donkey, cow, and phantom heads now. And save the sheep and the horses until I have the rest of the colors collected. The chicken is proving to be impeccably difficult. If I don't get it soon, I might have an existential crisis. So much for the cluck of the Irish. This is truly a test of my endurance. Come on, it's nearly 10:30. Alright, I'm running out of puns here, so I guess I'll just start winging it. Cluck me, that one took a millennium. Sorry for my foul language. Anyways, while I was collecting the chicken head, I managed to get a few of the other farm animals out of the way. I got 3 more sheep, 3 more horses, the bee, angry bee, pollinated bee, and the angry pollinated bee. I'm going to focus on the rest of the horses first. There's the brown horse head, and the creamy, and a quick stop at my village to craft some golden apples because I forgot you can breed horses with golden carrots. What I also forgot is that you have to tame them before you can breed them, which seems like a great recipe for extinction, if you ask me. As always, Google solved my problem and I bred a few mules, took a nap on the nearest bee nest, and collected my prize. Now that the horses are done, I can place down a few more heads, starting with the bees. Wait, if I can make them float, it'll look like they're flying. Perfect. Now we've got all the bees hanging out in the flower forest. For the horses, I want to make sure I spread them out a little bit. So I'll do 1 in the village's animal pen, 2 more in the plains, another 2 in the sunflower plains, and the final 2 along with a mule head in the savanna biome. Now for the sheep. I'm still missing 8 colors, but luckily I have plenty that I can breed over at the old sheep mansion.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
And that just leaves us with the pink sheep and 1 mystery sheep. To make things even harder, I want to try finding the pink sheep in the wild. Oh wow, there's one right behind me. What are the chances? For the so-called mystery sheep, I need a Jeb sheep head. And before we head back, I forgot about 1 more type of horse. Okay, good. Those would have been a nightmare to farm. Alright, I think I'm just going to scatter these sheep everywhere. A few in the plains, dark forest, taiga, sparse jungle, savanna plateau, the meadow, and the last one's near the forest. Now, the skeleton horse is a weird one because it can pretty much spawn anywhere. Since the desert doesn't really have many mobs, I'm just gonna place it there. Okay, I feel like the farming category has been going on forever, so I'm just gonna try to speed up these. So, llamas. These things are surprisingly difficult to find. And on top of that, they only have a 30% chance of dropping a head. So I learned early on that I was going to have to breed them. Over the course of the next 5 hours, I found all 4 colors and bred them until I had enough for a head. And I also had 3 wandering traders spawn, which got me the trader llama heads as well. I placed the regular llamas in the savanna plateau and the windswept hills, and 2 wandering trader heads on the mushroom island with 2 llamas each. Hopefully the rabbits are a little easier to find. There's the white rabbit, black and white, gold, salt and pepper, brown, and the black rabbit. Oh, great. Ah, no way, that's like a 1 out of 100 chance. Here's the black rabbit, and finally toast. Don't. Take 2. Not again. And you know the drill by now. There's the gold rabbit, naturally right on the edge, seconds away from hurling itself off, and then the rest. Now, since we got the spider head already, I guess it just makes sense to knock out all of the cave mobs next. Let me just place this down first. Next up is the bat, which I don't have to go far for since the entire area underneath this base is basically a farm for them. This doesn't have anything to do with my aim, this is just a really highly agile bat. I'm Batman. Yeah, that was awful. Moving on. This next one is a little iffy. The glow squid can be found in both oceans and caves. I usually find them in caves though, so I'm going to classify them as a cave mob. While I'm in the area, I might as well get the cave spider too, since there's a mine shaft down here. Well, that was fast. I guess I mined out this entire room for nothing. I'm probably gonna need some water in here. And then, could we just... No? Alright. I was afraid that was gonna happen. I might be able to solve it with armor stands, though. I'm gonna have to place it on a slab though, otherwise it's just gonna be underground. So something like this. And then we just push a block into it with a piston. And again. Why is it pushing? Okay. That's better. Now we'll just place the cave spider at the mine shaft, like so. And that's it for the cave mobs. We've got zombies, skeletons, and creepers still, but I'm going to need a lightning storm for those. Next up, I'm gonna fill this mini village with all the village mobs, and then make a horde of zombie villagers on their way to attack it. Each villager profession has its own head, so I'll need to get all of the job blocks first. And now we pillage. For the last villager head and all the zombie villagers, I think it'll be easier to set up a villager breeder here. Alright, that's the final regular villagers. The zombie villagers might be a little tougher though, since they only have a 50% drop rate. That batch got us 9 out of the 15 heads. There's 3 more. And the leather worker. And the mason? Yep, nice. And the final one is a zombified nitwit. Right this way, sir. I've prepared you a snack. Hopefully his helmet doesn't break.
You just drop in and just smack the lip. Whoop-ah! Drop down. Bah! And then after that, you just drop in.
At this point, I was still missing 6 of the cat heads and the iron golem. And after getting 2 more, I decided it would be easier, and probably more humane, to instead tame the last ones and breed them. So after retrieving the black cat I tamed in episode 4 and spending 25 minutes looking for this little guy, I was ready to start my very own cat sanctuary. In the end though, it still came down to murder. Sorry, PETA. The Iron Golem was a lot more straightforward, especially once I realized that golems created by the player don't even fight back. And that's all the village mobs complete. Let me just... It's kind of cool looking when you don't think about all the stuff that had to die to make it possible. Let me sprinkle the cats around the village. Place the black cat near the witch hut. And for the tuxedo cat, I'm gonna put it in the mini woodland mansion, as kind of a Easter egg for those cat statues that spawn there. And wow, we already have 97 of the heads complete. So going forward, there's gonna be a lot less mobs in each category. Speaking of, our next one is the snowy mobs, starting things off with the snowy golem. Now, you might expect it to have a pumpkin head, but I guess this is technically their real head. Time for the polar bear. There's one. Ah, no. No, I can't kill the one with the baby. This one, though. Now we've got to find a snow fox. And I don't really know where to look for it. Actually, now's a good time to get the stray head. There's one. Ooh. Alright, so the snow fox. Like I was saying, I don't really know what the best way to find one of these guys is, other than just running around in circles. Just making sure there aren't any in the powdered snow. Hey dog, you seen any of them foxes around? Ooh. Okay, tell me these aren't the most adorable mobs in the game. Before I take them back to the portal, I want to have another go at getting the stray head. What? Not this time. Okay, good. They're still alive. Now I just need to escort them through 700 blocks of polar bear infested waters. In case it wasn't clear, I refuse to kill these guys for a head until I have a breeding pair back at my base. I did not think this through. Ha, the old eagle strike. And while those guys are on cooldown, I might as well place the heads that we got so far. I'll put the polar bear right here. And the stray. That's better. And let me just breed these guys up. I really don't want to do this. I'll just place it down here. The last two snowy mobs are the mountain goats. One for the regular goat and another for the screaming goat, which you have a 2% chance of getting when you breed two goats. So I'm gonna need a lot of hay. Alright, so I've spotted a bunch of goats around this mountain. I'm gonna just round them all up and make a mob-proof bunker to breed them in. Alright, things are coming along well. I'm also getting a bunch of goat horns while I'm doing this, so I'm gonna try to collect all of those while I'm at it. It's either that or just stand here and let them take out my ankles. I might as well get the regular head now. I thought that was a zombie. Okay, so I think I heard one scream, but I don't know how I'm gonna find out which one it is. I'll just try to separate them and then narrow it down, I guess. I need to get on top of the walls though.
Make them pay for what they've done.
Alright, so somehow the screaming goat survived all of the creepers, but I haven't figured out which one it is yet. Okay, so here's our culprit. He dropped this admire horn, which can only be gotten from screaming goats. Now I've just gotta breed them. And get the head. I also got every single goat horn in the process. I'm gonna opt for the wall this time instead of the ceiling. And let's finish off the snow with the regular goat head in the snowy slopes. And the screaming one in the frozen peaks biome. Now there is another mob for this section, but I'm not quite ready for that yet. So on to the end mobs. The first mob we need is the Enderman. I do have a farm for them, but I want to try to avoid using farms for now. And I'm definitely not going to do it here because these sensors are already getting annoying. Nice. I'm going to try to box myself in here and get the endermite head too. And now I need the dragon head. I'm going to opt to steal it from this end ship so I don't have to rebuild my custom end dimension. Again. Let me just figure out the safest way to do this. The last mob for the end is the shulker, but this place is looking pretty empty. So I'm gonna need a new one. Okay, this is the saddest excuse for a city I've ever seen. It'll have to do though. Now we just place them down. I'm gonna do something a little bit different for the dragon. I want to have a mini dragon flying above the obsidian pillars so that it looks like it's being healed by the end crystals. Alright, here's the prototype. Alright, I decided to go with a design I found on Google instead. Not as cool as I imagined, but it beats placing it on the ground, I guess. And now it's time for the swamp mobs. For this, we have the slime. And it's already daytime, so frogs. I'm just gonna build a cage to breed them in. This way I don't have to worry about them escaping. And we just pull them inside. It is night again though, so I'm gonna go back to slime hunting. Well, that was fast. Kinda ruined my montage, though. Or did it? Now I can place the frogs down. Ooh, never mind that. It's charged creeper time. There's the zombie head. Wow, that really messes up your shield. Skeleton's gonna be a little trickier.
What the hell is even that?
What? Oh. It's over already. Well, that was far from ideal, but I did get 2 of them at least. We can place the zombie head inside the dungeon. And then the creeper. I think I'm gonna put it in the desert temple. I feel like I always find them inside these things. And back to the swamp stuff. I'm just going to scatter the frogs around in the swamp and the mangrove swamp. And I'm gonna put the tadpole in the shallow end over here. I'll put the slime head right here. Oh, it kind of looks like a baby slime. And that's it for now. We're gonna come back here later to do the witch head, but since the drop rate for it is super low, I'm gonna try to get it while fighting raids later on. Okay, our next group of mobs is from the taiga biomes. I say group, but there's really only 2. There wasn't anything new here, so I'm just gonna sum up the next hour and a half of footage in 7 words. Wolves, foxes, I killed them. Now heads. The wolf does have 2 variants though, so I'll put the angry one here as if it's targeting those innocent sheep, and the regular one somewhere over here. And the fox can go in the old spruce biome, so it's not empty. Now the jungle. This one is gonna be painful. On paper, there's only 3 mobs that are exclusive to the jungle, but on a paper with more information than the aforementioned paper, you'll see all the different variants. Variants are the problem area. More specifically, the panda. With a drop rate of only 28%, my only option is to capture every single variant and breed them. Luckily, I did find a massive jungle earlier. It's not this one, but I'm on my way to it now. Might as well. Okay, I found my first panda here. Looks like a worried one, I think. I could use nether portals to move them around, but that's still gonna require a lot of walking, and pandas are extremely slow. Or we could try a cool trick with leads. Okay, so if you use a lead on a mob and then look straight up and then slightly down, it should let you... Now, similar to planes, the difficult parts are the takeoff and the landing. Easy does it. Perfect. Thank you, sir, for traveling with Aust Airlines. That trick is gonna save me so much time. All that's left now is to build up a breeding pen. Pandas are quite chunky, so I'm gonna need something sturdy. These leaves look pretty strong. Time to bring new meaning to the words Panda Express. Wait. So, nether portals. Now instead of flying with pandas, I have to do math. This one here isn't too far away, but...
What are you doing?
That's the normal panda. Now for the other 6. Next, the worried panda. Another normal one, and its playful baby, which nearly suffocated in the portal frame when it aged up. He didn't seem to mind though. A pathetically weak child I got by breeding them. And then I was interrupted by one of these. So I took the opportunity to get the last storm-related heads. That's the charged creeper, skeleton head,
Okay.
the skeleton head, and then I raced to the nearest mushroom island to fry up some of the mushroom cows. I'm not going to get the heads for those until later though, because I'm already in the middle of the pandas. Next up is the lazy panda, which might as well not even have legs because it clearly doesn't know how to use them. The last two were the aggressive panda and the brown panda. Surprisingly, the brown panda was actually easier to find, but only because I had already found one way back in episode 4. On the way, I got the ocelot head, and when I got there, he was pretty much in the same exact spot I found him 3 Minecraft years ago. And to speed things up, I nudged him the whole way home. After a half an hour of searching, I finally found an angry panda 6,000 blocks away from spawn. We listened to Panda on the boat ride back. And that's how I collected every panda in the game. From there, all I had to do was breed them. And organize them into different pens to make getting the heads easier. If you're wondering why that looked like Steve for a second, it's because all the heads are just player heads with a different texture. That took so long I had to start eating my golden apples for food. Now the last 3 parrots. Actually, we can grab the turtle head now too and put that on the beach. There's a blue one. These green ones are like camouflage. And I definitely didn't have to fly 8,000 blocks to find the light blue one. And I can finally place them down. There's the turtle, green burb, blue burb, red, white, light blue, apple, angry panda, weak panda, playful panda, me if I don't upload for 2 months, lazy panda, panda, brown panda, and the ocelot. I can't really think of a good place to put the charged creeper, other than the jungle, since that's where we found it. I'm gonna put the skeleton in the Soul Sand Valley since there's only a few mobs that spawn there. We're gonna come back to the nether soon, but first I want to finish the desert since there's only one other mob we're missing there. And I've arrived, but I'm gonna need to wait until nighttime. And now if I just find one, or 2, or not. There. Huskhead. And next up is the ocean mobs, since I've been neglecting them this whole time.
Take it away, Penny!
There's the Elder Guardian, Normal Guardian, Pufferfish, and Dolphin in the lukewarm ocean. Over in the warm ocean, we have the tropical fish, a drowned in the cold ocean, along with the cod and the squid, and finally, the salmon over in the river biome. Alright, time to turn up the heat with our nether mobs. Alright, I gotta focus for this one. If I'm gonna die this episode, it's gonna be to the warden. Okay, that's a lot of them. Where? Nice staircase. Ah, that's... okay. On average, it should only take around 8 brutes to get ahead, but I'm not taking any chances. Here they are. Wait, really? I didn't even make it inside yet. Oh, well, onto the ghast head then. Okay. I am totally gonna pay for all this good luck later. Okay, sir, I'm gonna need you to step off the strider. Guess we'll do this the hard way then.
Wait till you see the... No.
All we've got left is the regular strider and the wither skeleton. Okay, to be fair, I did kill quite a few of these earlier. They just didn't make it into the montage. And now we can head back to our own nether biomes and place them all down. I'm just gonna put the Zoglin with the Ziglin since they're both zombified.
What?
The Brute will go in the Bastion, the Hoglin and Piglin in the Crimson Forest, and then for the Ghast, I want to see if it'll look good flying. Oh, it even has the little tentacle things on the bottom. For the normal Strider, I want to try to float it on top of the lava. I think that works, and then the Cold Strider can go right here. Wither Skelly in the Fortress. There. Blaze at the Blaze spawner. And Magma Cube at the top of the Basalt Delta. Now, before we get into the final big four, I'm gonna try to finish off the Mushroom Island. And the Stronghold mobs, which is just this guy. Next up are the raid mobs, and I'm gonna be doing that over in the desert where my old raid farm is. I just need to set up the beacons, throw down my stash, block off the farm, and... So I got nearly every single head from the first raid, even a second type of Vex head, which I didn't even know existed. The only one I didn't get is the Witch, so I fought 2 more raids. And then had a decision to make. I could either continue fighting raids, which by my estimates, it would take another 13 raids or about 3 hours to get a Witch head. I could spend a little less time building a Witch farm that I don't need, or I could lazily yoink a witch head from my raid farm's overflow chest and move on with the video. I chose the latter. Now, we're also going to need an allay head for the, Alright. Add that one to the list of strange encounters. Anyways. Placing these ones down is going to be a little different than the other mobs. Some of them will be at the outpost here, like the Allay, Pillager, and Ravager. Then the rest will go in the Woodland Mansion. Here's the Evoker with his Vexes. And as promised, we'll put the Witch inside the Witch Hut. Okay, here it is. The final 3. The ones that'll jeopardize my hardcore world or my sanity. I'm gonna start with the withers. Despite having 3 heads, it can actually drop 4. The head is a guaranteed drop, but which type it drops is randomized. So, in a perfect world, I'd only have to fight 4. To play it safe, I'm going to be fighting 8 withers. All at once. Also, I'm way too far into this series to be collecting all the skulls by hand, so I'm gonna build a wither skelly farm designed by none other than ENX04. So I'm gonna talk you through some of the fight here because my plan pretty much failed immediately. The point of the dinner bone name tags is to flip the withers upside down so you can focus fire on one at a time. But I very quickly found out that I wasn't going to be able to jump high enough to actually reach them. So at this point I was definitely panicking. I tried my best to single out one at a time and I got close, but with 8 of them passing through each other, it just wasn't gonna work. And then I had an idea to jump and let the explosions launch me high enough to reach the withers. I noticed after that I must have been picking up XP from each wither I killed because my armor was mended a bit. But most importantly, I noticed that half the wither heads that dropped were blown up during the fight. So I fought a bunch more, this time in reasonable portions, until I had all 4 heads. Alright, so I placed the wither heads down already, but I think I can do better than scattering them across the ground. So that's supposed to be a mini wither, and then for the blue skulls, I want to have them flying in front as if he's shooting them out. And that's the wither done. On to the mob that will probably cost me my sanity. When you breed any 2 regular axolotls, the baby has a 1 out of 1200 chance of being blue. Because axolotls only eat buckets of tropical fish, which don't stack, gathering the food itself is at least half the process. And if you think I'm going to be gathering 2400 fish like this, not a chance. Instead, I'm going to build a fish farm I found by Raiseworks. Alright, so the farm is complete. I'm sure the fish will start spawning any minute now. So, it turns out tropical fish can't spawn in bubble columns anymore. So I removed some of the soul sand at the bottom in a checkerboard pattern and modified the farm a bit to suit my needs. And now that it was functional, I grabbed a pair of yellow axolotls and set up the breeding area inside this floating island. I didn't get the axolotl on the first try, which was to be expected. What I didn't expect though was that this was going to be my life for the next 4 days. Over the next 113 Minecraft days, I bred axolotls. 36 hours. Collecting fish, breeding more, killing them off when it got too laggy, until eventually, over 4,000 axolotl babies later, I got it.
Oh my god! Wow!
From there, I got my first breeding pair and gained access to infinite blue axolotls, then secured the head. During those 4 days, I also got the pink and cyan heads, and then the brown one after the blue. And as for the yellow, well...
Wow. 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 Wow.
And with the axolotls complete, there was just 1 head left. Now, don't get me wrong, the Warden is a very deadly mob, capable of killing a player with the strongest armor in just a few hits. but it has its weaknesses. Testing in a creative world, I found that 6 iron golems could bring down the warden. 5 would weaken it enough to allow me to get the final blow so that the head would drop. But that felt too easy. So I'm just gonna 1v1 it. I've got a beacon with all the effects, extra totems, pearls, golden apples, and this little contraption that will hopefully make enough noise to distract it. Now I just need to make him angry. There he is. Now I'll just lure him over to the noisemaker. And that should do it. Now I'm just gonna fall back to my beacons. And let the games begin. Well, turns out the warden doesn't care that much about dispenser clicks when he's been hit in the forehead by an arrow. But I held my ground, before realizing that I was about to die. I decided to fall back, getting one more shot off to show him that I was not to be messed with, before flying face first into a wall and realizing that I cornered myself. But my next move changed the entire fight, because, as scary as the warden is, its ranged attack only reaches 20 blocks high, so it was helpless. And with a few more arrows, the beast was slain. And after 90 hours of headhunting, the final head was collected. Or so I thought. Now that the horses are done, I can place down a few more heads. I need a and 2 wandering trader heads on the Mushroom Island. You know, sorry, PETA. It's definitely not PETA. And in Clace, the last 2 snowy this has to be the culprit because he dropped the admire corn. Corn? I want to put a Mindy. Okay, sir, I'm gonna need you to strap whoa. And magma cube at the top of the desert. And if you think I'm gonna, I'm Batman. What happens when 2 worlds limited only by your imagination collide to create something new? On a mission to find out, I rebuilt a Lego set from my childhood in Minecraft. But before we jump into building a 539-piece Lego set, it's probably a good idea to figure out how we're even going to make Lego bricks in Minecraft in the first place. So, with no idea whether this build would even be possible, I went to the same place I usually go when I'm feeling helpless. The internet. I found a few Lego brick builds out there, but if I was going to make this idea work, I needed something on a scale that would actually be achievable in survival. So it was back to the drawing board. Problem is, Legos are a science. There are literal engineers behind their design. Every piece is made with the perfect dimensions designed to But no, if I couldn't get the scale right, the build literally wouldn't come together. So I did a little more digging, until I stumbled across an article which held the key to everything. Introducing the Lego unit. Lego units are a unit of measurement that break down each piece into simple ratios of width and height, and using them, I was able to create this, the smallest possible perfectly scaled Lego brick in Minecraft. Now, the top of the Lego, the stud, isn't exactly a circle, but this is where I need to make some sacrifices, because doubling the scale would add weeks to the build time. With the basic brick figured out, I began trying to replicate some of the other pieces to make sure the scale would hold up. I tried larger bricks, shorter bricks, cylinders, these little round things, but it wasn't until I did a test build of the base plate and the door that the true scale of this build hit me. Now, in order to turn this idea into a reality, I'm going to need a ton of concrete. The base plate alone is going to require over 30,000 lime concrete, and I'm going to need even more than that for the white and blue bricks. So let's get all the block collecting out of the way first. Luckily, getting concrete is super duper easy with a duper. However, my setup here is kind of lackluster and inconvenient. It would probably take around 8 hours to get all the concrete powder and convert it with the concrete converter. So, like any sane person would do, I'm going to spend those 8 hours coming up with a completely new setup, spend an entire day building it, and then get the concrete, because I like efficiency. So the new gravity block duper I'm installing here is by Couch Tomato. It has the same production rate as the one I just destroyed, however this one is compatible with the concrete factory that I'm building now. And this thing is cool. It takes all of the concrete powder, catches it, throws it against waterlogged stairs, converting it, and then blows it up, removing an entire step from the process and making my old concrete converter obsolete. Next up is the storage system, and this one is designed by this guy Aust. You should check out his channel, he's got some pretty... It sorts all the concrete by color and loads it into shulker boxes automatically. And I was so caught up in designing a good concrete storage system that I forgot to leave room for sand. So, well, that's gonna be fun to deal with next time I need some for a project. Anywho, with the new setup here, all I have to do is place down the different colors, turn everything on, and while it's doing its thing, get addicted to this farming minigame inside my new Discord server. That's the concrete done. The last thing we're going to need is some wood for the trim along the door and windows. For that, I built this wood farm designed by ENX04 and upgraded by Nicolier. Super simple build, and within an hour the wood farm did indeed produce the wood. Who would have guessed? Now the question is, where do I build this thing? Ideally it's somewhere as flat as possible because I don't want to spend too much time terraforming. Alright, this spot here is very flat actually. I typically wouldn't recommend building a house on a body of water, but I think Legos float, so we should be okay. And with a little terraforming, I should be able to make sure that the rivers aren't flowing into our yard. So let's do it. There's an outline of the entire base plate, and now I just need to flatten everything inside of it. And terraform the water parts to connect the land. And now for the 30,000 block base plate. And boom, the entire base plate complete. After bringing all the concrete over, all I had to do was follow the instructions. To no one's surprise, I failed immediately, building the very first brick too skinny. But after fixing it, filling it in, and building the studs, I had my very first Lego brick complete. It may sound obvious now, but I wanted to build the entire set one brick at a time. So even in moments where there were a bunch of the same color bricks in a row that I could combine without anyone knowing, I still built them individually. To you, that may sound like a big waste of time, and while that's very true, if I cut corners, I wouldn't be able to do this. Page 7 is where we run into our first dilemma. This is the first time I needed to use wood for a Lego brick, and the thing about wooden planks is that they have texture, while the Lego bricks that I'm trying to recreate do not. So for the purpose of recreating this to the best of my abilities, I'll be using this texture pack I made for the rest of the video. All it does is remove the texture from oak planks, and with it we get this result instead of this. And with that problem solved, it was time to get back to building. For the most part, the next 2 hours were pretty straightforward. The only piece that I had some trouble with was the hose tap, but I think it turned out okay. Then I got back to work, building what I'm guessing is supposed to be a flower pot, and then a basket of apples, and 2 bushes before adding the red trim to the house. Alright, I've made some more progress here, but I just realized that some of the windows actually have glass in them, which I don't have. So I'll need to make a quick stop at my village to buy some. And while I'm at it, I'll craft up the yellow glass we're going to need for the light next to the door. Perfect. From there, I continued building up the walls, adding the first few windows, built the garage door, followed by the front door, and then removed this man and his llamas from the cruel existence that is life. It only took a few more bricks for me to run into the next problem. Well, two actually. Number 1, are these supposed to be stairs or a ladder? And number 2, how in the hippy dippy baloney am I going to build it diagonally? I'll let you guys debate the first question in the comments, but as for how I'm going to build it, allow me to demonstrate with the most advanced program on my computer. This is the Lego house, and these are the stairs/ladder. Now, after seeking advice from several professionals in the field and conducting my own super advanced research, I've decided that my best option is to do this. And despite all that preparation, I still butchered the first attempt. With the statter complete, the outdoor light was my next challenge. Building top down is always difficult, but I think it turned out well. From there, I worked on the final touches for the first floor and then began the roof. For the next dozen or so pages, everything was smooth sailing. That is, until I was almost finished with the left side and flipped the page and was faced by this. The dreaded satellite dish. Building a circle out of blocks isn't the most difficult thing. Even diagonal circles can be considered doable, but a diagonal dish. I'm not the best builder, so getting something close to a diagonal dish was hard. This is what I ended up with, and although it doesn't really look like Lego, if you zoom out a bit, I think you can tell what I was going for. I hope. From there, I finished the left side of the roof, topping it off with the chimney. And I could continue rambling on about each part as I build it, but for the rest of the house, I think it's best showcased with one of these. After 4 more hours of building, the house itself was complete, and the only thing left to do was the famous apple tree, the lawnmower, which was actually much simpler than I was expecting, and the basketball hoop, which I nailed first try. Just ignore that. Oh yeah, and to bring the whole build together, I added 2 letters in the mailbox. And there it is, Minecraft Lego. No, Lego Minecraft? A Lego house in Minecraft. Until I stumbled across an article which led the key to everything. However, my setup here is kind of luck last. Wow. So the new gravity dock. Page 7 is where we want it. For the purpose of the next dozen or so pages, everything was smoothing saily. Even diagonal circles considered. From there, I finished up the left side of the roof, topping it off with the chimney on top. That doesn't even why. But for the rest of the house, I think it's best showcased with Beth. Storage systems. Everyone needs one. As a matter of fact, I've been needing one for over a year now. So today I'm going to build an automatic storage system for every item in the game, and then decorate it with a combination of the new Cherry Grove biome and Lush Cave biome, creating the perfect paradise for all my favorite mobs to live. Alright, because this project is so big, I'm going to take the old 3-phase approach. Phase 1 is what I like to call pain. I'm going to need to mine this massive area under my mega base down to bedrock so we have room to build this thing. So first things first, we're going to need a beacon. And now I can get started on mining out the first few layers of the room. Okay, that's the first few layers complete. Next step is to mine the outside of the circle all the way down to bedrock. And while I'm doing that, I'll quickly get you caught up on the plan. As you probably know, deep slate can't be insta-mined, so mining out this entire room by hand isn't an option. I mean, the outer edge alone took 5 hours. So, because I'd like to have this part done sometime this week, I'm going to be using TNT dupers. And with the outer edge filled with a layer of water, I should be left with a clean hole once this is finished. Don't take that out of context. Before I can actually build the TNT dupers, I'm going to need to remove a few more layers. Otherwise, they'll just unbuild themselves. The first option for removing a lot of deep slate like this is to convert it into moss and then break it with a hoe, which is definitely faster than regular mining, but there's a better method. For that, I'm going to need lots of TNT. And then if I place one every couple blocks, it should remove 3 layers pretty cleanly. Now I just need to do it to the entire room. Next, I'm going to need some scaffolding and a bunch of glazed terracotta. Using the scaffolding, I can easily remove all the lava that's in the way. And then use the glazed terracotta to build a circle that the TNT dupers will bounce off of. Now, to remove a circular area like this, we can't just use any old TNT duper. I mean, I guess we could, but where's the fun in that? Instead, we're going to use Canul's 2-sided self-returning 3-way duper.
Okay.
And that should be it. Now if I just remove this block of redstone. Okay, let's try this again. Third time's a charm. And it actually was. After letting the first machine run for a while, I had enough room to build the second one. And from there, all I did was try to mine as many diamonds as I could while cleaning up any blocks that were left behind. Alright, I got around 4 stacks of diamond ore from that, and now if I just do a little more cleaning up, we're left with a nice clean hole. Now, because there's so many items in the game, the storage system is actually a little bigger than the room itself. So I'm going to need to dig tunnels on each of the sides to make room for it. And you've probably seen more than enough mining already, so I'll make it quick.
Yeah, boy.
Alright, by the end of phase 2, we should have a fully functional storage system, albeit a little plain. But we'll take care of the decorating in the next phase. In order for that to happen though, I'm going to need to build it.
Oh, really?
To save myself some suffering, I already designed this part in a super flat world, and used the Lightmatica mod to turn it into a schematic, which will make the building process a lot easier. But usually when I build Minecraft things, I like to use blocks. And as usual, there's 10 hours of my life showcased in less than a minute. So now I just gotta place down all of these blocks, which funnily enough is probably going to be the easiest part of this entire build. And while I build, let me give you a rundown of what this thing is packing. The storage system can sort up to 1008 different items, each with 2 double chests worth of storage, which gives it a maximum capacity of just under 7 million items. That's just about everything, other than these holes, but to fix those, I'm going to need cherry wood. So now would probably be a good time to update to 1.20. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Alright, let's go find these pink trees. From what I've heard, or what I just read on the wiki a minute ago, they basically just spawn anywhere where mountains are. So, not here. Let me just not lose this nether portal and then we can actually go looking for it. I'll just take one of these, and then a sapling. There we go. Now I can fill in the floor gaps, the wall gaps, add beacons for all the effects, add a cherry tree to the center to fill up some space, add pink petals everywhere to break up the green and gray, and clean up my mess. And that should be everything, but also nothing. Because to set up a storage system for every item in the game, I actually need to collect every item in the game. Which probably could have been an entire video in itself. But I'm more of a record for 3 weeks and upload every 1.5 months kinda guy. So back on the super flat world now, I went through the entire creative inventory and organized every single item in this long row of chests. There's a few items that I cut corners with to save space, like candles. I'm not going to take up 17 slices of my storage system to have a chest for every color candle. I'm sorry, but 117,000 candles worth of storage seems a little excessive. I'm going to go through this part pretty quick because you didn't click on this video to watch me craft 11 types of hanging signs. Even though you just did, you clicked for this. So in short, what I did was place 2 of every item into shulker boxes. And if you're wondering why 2, it's because I need one for the display and one for the item filter. And so I get less cheating allegations, here's the main highlights of the block collecting, like me getting the ancient debris for the netherite block. Lots of explosions, hot orange stuff, many wow. And the deep slate emerald, less explosions, green shiny thing, less wow. And the nether star. Normally I'd put intense music here, but it didn't even damage me. And the moment I destroyed my dragon egg, which upset me quite a lot actually. Basically, I tried duping the egg with my sand duper, but it just got pushed into the portal, where I'm guessing it landed on the platform, and if you don't know already, any blocks that are in this area get deleted when something comes through the portal. But I guess there's something poetic about trying to duplicate something that's supposed to be one of a kind, only to destroy the original in the process and be left with nothing. Anyways, that's everything collected. Now if I just... There's all of the display items placed down, with the exception of some of the new archaeology items, but those are going to have to be for another video. Now, in order for the storage system to actually work, I need to set up the item filters by placing the correct item and 4 filler items into all 1008 hoppers. For my filler item, I decided to use named emeralds, and if you're wondering why my levels didn't change, it's because I named them all before the video started. For the blank spaces, unstackable items, and rare blocks, like the netherite block, I filled all 5 slots with the fillers so the items just pass by. Those kinds of items will go to the overflow chest so I can sort them manually. And once again, this isn't exactly the most exciting process, so I'll just do one of these. It's done. So if I just grab some random items out of this chest and toss them in the input chest, everything should get sorted and the overflow should stay empty. Okay, something's wrong. Let's try that again, and this time I'm throwing in a shulker box at the end. So if everything works right, the only thing that should end up in the overflow chest is that shulker box. And there it is. Now if you'll just excuse me while I unload this entire chest monster into my new storage system. here it is. Time to give this empty hole some life. Here's the plan. In honor of the new cherry grove biome, I want to have a massive cherry tree in the center of the room, with branches stretching out to the walls and covering the whole ceiling in a layer of leaves. Around the tree will be a combination of the lush cave and cherry grove biome, inhabited by a bunch of cool mobs. And that all sounds great, but I've never built a giant tree before, and I don't have any of the blocks that I'm going to need. Okay, I've got a bunch of stone now, and I'm going to try my best to make a natural looking landscape. Then if I grab some bone meal, I can start turning it into moss. And it's finally done, but it's a little bit overgrown. This one's for all those people who keep telling me I need to touch grass. So there we have it. Next, I want to give the walls a makeover. They don't look horrible as is, but it still kind of looks like all I did was dig a hole. I wonder why. Alright, hopefully that's the last time I have to farm stone for this project. Otherwise, I might hit rock bottom. After collecting some moss for mossy bricks, I got to work, building with a pallet of stone, stone bricks, mossy stone bricks, and andesite, to hopefully give the walls some texture. I left a gap in the middle of each side so I could add a waterfall to break up the endless sea of gray, and then added a border around the edges to give it some more depth. Next up is the roof, which is mostly just going to serve as a backdrop for the leaves. I wanted it to have a shallow dome shape, and again used stone, which I would later convert to moss. Alright, the next thing I want to work on is the giant tree. So I think it's a safe bet that I'm going to need some of this. Okay, I don't know if this is going to be enough, but I'm ready to give it a go. Like I said before, when it comes to massive custom trees, I don't know what I'm doing. I tried finding tutorials, but most of them are world edit tutorials, so that doesn't really do much for me. But if I was certain about one thing, it was that this tree wasn't going to build itself, so I got to work. And I'm gonna be honest here, the trunk started out really bad. It ended up having more of a mountain shape than a curve. And when I realized that the roots weren't going to be enough to save it, I decided to try again. And that's probably the best decision I could have made, because after that, it actually started to look more like a tree. From there, I continued building up the trunk, and eventually branched out with some branches. And after a couple days of trying my best, this was the result. I mean, obviously it's a little bit ugly in its current state, but that's why Notch gave us leaves, to cover up our ugly. So I have about 11 shulkers of leaves, and I think that'll be enough, but I honestly have no idea where to begin with these. And so I didn't. Because the idea of placing thousands of leaves down with no plan and ruining the entire build was nothing less than nightmare fuel. So instead, I took a page out of the prose book and decided to learn world edit. Or at least the very basics. And after a little practice in a super flat world, and accidentally filling the entire area I was working in with leaves, I was able to create this. After turning it into a schematic, all I had to do was build, and so I built. That is, until the ceiling got in the way of the final few layers and I had to remove it, and then build it back again. But before long, I had a tree that was way better than I could have expected. Now, without the brightness turned up, the rest of the room is really dark. So the next thing I'm going to do is grab some glowstone from the raid farm, and then start placing it under these moss carpets until the entire room is lit up. Well, the floors definitely look a lot better now, especially with shaders on. I guess the next step is to start adding all the detail, starting with the moss carpets along the roots, some of these clay areas with puddles of water where our axolotls will live, And then I want to go ahead and start adding some azalea trees. And some regular cherry trees. One thing I just noticed is that the tops of the trees are really dark and just don't look very good. So I'm going to hide some glowstone in them like I did for the giant cherry tree. And now that that weird shadow effect is gone, I'll plant some drip leaves. Drip leaves? Lily pads with legs in all of the puddles. Now for the pink petals under the cherry trees. Glowberries, which I am going to try my best to spread out along the ceiling. And while those are growing, I can add in some bamboo. Okay, I think I solved the emptiness problem I was having, but it still feels a little lonely in here. And I think the only way to solve that is to start bringing in the animals. First we have axolotls, snow foxes, alays, some frogs, pandas, one of each parrot, which I tamed in the Mob Heads episode, some wild cats from my iron farm, foxes, bees, and I wanted to add some rabbits, but you know, the whole food chain thing. So there we go. Now I have friends. But the thing about friends is that they can be annoying sometimes. So I'm going to need a way to leave this place. After a little bit of planning, I dug out 4 spots for entrances on the surface, and used a 3x3 trapdoor design by Sam Plays Minecraft in combination with a new calibrated skulk sensor to create this. A pillager pitfall trap. A secret entrance to my dream storage system. There are many different kinds of horses in Minecraft, from the 35 different color combinations, to the randomized stats like health, speed, and jump strength, and even dead ones that you can ride underwater. Every horse is unique. You hear that, Teddy? You're one of a kind.
Okay.
But today, I'm going to attempt to create the best horse that vanilla Minecraft has ever seen. We'll start with the basic stuff, like maxing out its stats through breeding, and eventually get into the more complicated things like traveling back in time to give it illegal potion effects. Yeah, this horse is going to be superior to Teddy in every way imaginable. And as if that wasn't enough, at the end of the video, I'm going to demonstrate just how superior my horse is by riding it to the edge of the world, where I'll show off all the cool things that you can do there and maybe get myself killed. Alright, with plans this big, I'm going to break this video up into 4 phases. Phase 1 is all about getting the best possible horses to start our bloodline. And for that, we're going to need some saddles, and one isn't exactly going to cut it. The next step is to actually tame some horses, and I'm going to start with the ones I gathered for the intro of the video. So if I just get some saddles out and some leads, I can get started. And while I'm taming up these first few horses, I just want to explain the plan for By the end of phase 1, the goal is to have 3 horses total. We want one with a lot of health, one that's fast, and one that can jump high. The better these starter horses are, the less time it should take to breed a maxed horse in Phase 2. So basically, tame as many horses as possible and keep the best of the best. This one here doesn't have great health, he can't run, and he can't jump to save his life. So we're off to a great start. Moving on to the next one, which is this guy. That's 15 hearts on my second horse. Well, that's 1 out of the 4 collected. I'm just going to tame the rest of the horses in the area, and then I'll show you what I've got at the end. Okay, after going through all of these horses, I found one more that might be useful. This horse felt fast compared to the others, but in order to know for sure, I'm going to need to build something a little more accurate than the speedometer inside my head. That's where this horse speed tester by Bjork Minecraft comes into play. I just need to get the stuff to build it real quick. Alright, that took a while, but we have our horse testing area complete. In addition to the speed tester, I also built some pillars so we can measure the different jump heights. So let's just give it a try. The way this thing works is that it has 2 tripwires at each of the gates. Walking through the first one unlocks the hopper minecart and allows it to take items from the chest, and walking through the second one locks it again. So the less items in the hopper minecart, the faster the horse. This one got 59 items, which is really good. For reference, a maxed out horse would get 55 items, so we're only 4 items slower. To convert this into a blocks per second measurement, I spent 3 hours working on this spreadsheet.
You serious?
So if we enter those 59 items we got from the speed tester, this horse's speed is a little over 13 blocks per second. The fastest a horse can be is 14.23 blocks per second, so again, 13 is really good. But we still need a horse with good jumping, so I'm going to need some more horses. Alright, I tamed up a bunch of horses, and out of those, these 5 were the best. I just need to get them over to the testing area. And now I can go through and figure out what we're actually working with. Testing the speed of this first one, it actually got a score of 59 items, which makes it our new fastest horse. The other 3 I thought were fast were in fact not that fast. So that brings us to this guy here, and this is our best jumper. He can jump 4.5 blocks high, which, when converted, is equal to over 14 feet, beating the world record horse jump by 6 feet. 14 feet also happens to be the average height of a female giraffe. So, not a bad starting place. With the 3 starting horses collected, we should be ready. Okay, before I jump right into breeding the perfect Minecraft horse, I think it would be cool to build a giant barn to organize all of the important ones. That way the hundreds or possibly thousands of horses that aren't worth keeping don't get in my way. Plus, there's a good chance this part is going to take
1 eternity.
And I don't really want the entire video to take place in an empty field. So, to build it, we're going to need some materials. That's the barn fully finished. Next up on the list is a better jump testing area. Using slabs is fine, but we can get a more accurate measurement if we instead use snow layers. And for that, we're going to need to visit an old friend. Okay, so what we have here is a bunch of pillars from 4.5 blocks to 6.5 blocks tall, and that should be accurate enough. From there, I worked on the finishing touches, connecting all the pathways, adding some grass and flowers, along with these floating carpets in the doors to stop horses from going in and out, and some fence posts with signs so I don't lose my mind trying to figure out which horses are important. And that's it for the building side of things. For the breeding itself, I'm going to be feeding the horses golden carrots, which I can easily buy from the neighboring villagers.
How long is this going to take?
But to instantly turn a baby horse into an adult, I'm going to need a lot of golden apples. So I've got a bit of gold farming to do. And here's the fun part, where I turn all of these gold nuggets into blocks. So that's all the gold blocks finished, about 3 shulkers worth, and that just leaves us with the villagers. For convenience sake, I went ahead and moved some of them into the barn, including that one I buried earlier. This way I wouldn't have to make trips back and forth. So I now had access to all the apples, and eventually golden carrots, I would need. So it was time to begin. The first thing I want to work on is combining the speed and jump together. The first child was a disappointment. It couldn't jump at all, and it was so slow that it ended up getting a 78. Or in simpler terms, he's useless. Since I can only breed each pair of horses every 5 minutes, I think now's a good time to introduce a 4th horse. If I'm going to dedicate an entire video to getting the best Minecraft horse, it can't just have random colors. So that's where this guy comes in. Now, instead of leaving our health horse sitting here doing nothing, we can work on combining it with the perfect colors. Now, in the case of actually getting a horse that's better than one of the parents, like this one for example, it can jump 4 5/8 of a block and has a speed of 79. What we do is swap this better one in, and if you understand how that works, you understand everything I did for the next 30 hours. As for the horses that aren't good enough, we take those ones behind the barn and leave them in this nice field of flowers next to the ocean. Yeah, believe it or not a single horse was killed in the making of this video. Now, I'm obviously not going to walk you through all 30 hours of horse breeding, but there were a few important moments throughout the process that are worth mentioning, like getting this horse here, that has the maxed health and colors we want. So after the first 2 hours of breeding, I managed to get a horse with a way better jump of over 5 blocks, and a horse that had a speed test result of 55 items. By the end of day 1, I had put in 5 total hours of breeding, and I already had horses that most people would consider perfect. A movement speed of 14 blocks per second, and a maxed jump of 5 3/8 of a block. But I wanted perfection, down to the last decimal point. What I didn't realize is that it gets exponentially more difficult to get stat increases the better your horses are. Okay, I'm at the 8-hour mark here, and the speed tester I built is starting to show its limitations. A lot of the horses I'm breeding now are getting a score of 55 items, making it pretty much impossible to tell which ones have the best speed. I need a way to measure tenths, hundredths, and even thousandths of a block per second differences if I want to keep progressing. And thanks to the mod mini HUD, I now have a way to do that. Now, if you remember just a minute ago, I said,
it gets exponentially more difficult to get stat increases the better your horses are.
I think it's important to explain why. A baby horse's statistics are calculated by averaging the stats of its parents, which sounds simple enough, but what if I told you that every baby horse actually has 3 parents? Mojang added this 3rd parent to the equation to add some randomness to horse breeding. Thanks to this randomness, we were able to get better horses than the ones we started with. However, this same randomness starts to work against you once you have really good horses.
You're very helpful, aren't you? You try to help everybody.
Because the chances of the randomly generated 3rd parent being as good or better than the original 2 is extremely low. And that's why I was able to just spend 6 hours breeding without getting a single useful horse. Unless you count this guy here, but he's not really going to help at all with this video, even with those underwater talents. I knew I had everything I needed to get a perfect horse. It was just a matter of time. Over the next 8 hours, I bred so many horses that if you threw an egg into the sky, there was a good chance it would land on one. In addition to that discovery, I also managed to get several horses with really high stats, including 3 different ones that were 0.001 blocks away from the max speed, none of which had a good enough jump or health to use. But after one more 3-hour session, the horse that I ended up going with was this one here. Now, his speed isn't perfect, but to put in perspective just how close it is, that 0.011 blocks per second he's missing would only get us to the world border 3 minutes faster. An extra 3 minutes for every 3.75 million blocks traveled. I think this one will do just fine, which means we can finally... Okay, so we've done all the horse breeding and got the perfect horse. Now it's time to get into the cool stuff. Obviously, if we're going for the ultimate horse, it's going to need some diamond armor. And then a good name. Shadow Streak. Not at all assisted by ChatGPT. And if you didn't think this stuff was cool, I don't blame you. But now it's time for the really cool stuff.
Really?
Yes, really.
Really?
Infinite potion effects. And in order to do that, we've got some things to do. The last step before I travel back in time and break the game is to flick this lever here and turn off the chunk loader. The reason I'm doing that is because we're going to be going back to a time before cherry groves existed. And if my storage system happens to be loaded in that older version, it'll end up looking like this.
Ugh.
Yeah, not good. But as long as I stick to this area around the barn, everything should be fine. And as for the time traveling itself, I've constructed this time machine to get us there.
Wow.
Don't ask how it works. It just does. Welcome everyone to Snapshot 23W05A. And if you're wondering why I look purple and my day counter is gone, it's because my mods and resource packs won't work here. So what is it about this version that allows us to break the game? I'll explain what this thing does in a minute. Snapshot 23W05A was when Mojang first added infinite potion effects to the game. These effects were intended to be a convenient feature for creative mode. This way you wouldn't have to constantly renew your potion effects while working on your builds. But the thing about snapshots is that they have a lot of bugs. One of these bugs, discovered by Discord user Bugs, you can't make this stuff up, made it possible to obtain these infinite effects in a regular survival world. If you're looking for an in-depth explanation of exactly how the bug works, you can check out the link to Razeworks' guide down in the description. But all you really need to know is that higher level potions hide the lower level counterparts. While hidden, these low level effects are actively ticking down in the background. And by timing the potions in a specific way, you're able to trick that lower level potion into entering the negatives. And in Snapshot 23W05A, a negative duration is considered infinite. Thankfully, the machine Razeworks showed off does all of the timing for us. All I have to do is put the potions in. In the right dispenser, we put 2 high level potions. I only have 1. Two high levels in this dispenser, and then 1 low level in the bottom one. And now for the only part of this process that I had to figure out myself. how to align the horse so it's the perfect distance from the dispensers. Right there. And if I did everything right, his regeneration should stay forever. Now I can just repeat the same thing with the jump potions. And the way that you can tell if it works is that the color of the particles should be a blend of all of the active effects. The Turtle Master potions are a little different because we obviously don't want to lose 90% of our speed. So to fix that, all we need to do is add an extra slowness potion in the left dispenser to make sure the duration of slowness stays positive. And last up is swiftness. As long as this stays, we should have all 4 illegal potion effects. And based on the results of this speed test,
I'm fast, boy.
I think it's safe to say we now have the best horse that Vanilla Minecraft has ever seen. I think. Now if I just go back to the future, which is technically the present I think, the horse still has all of its effects, and as a bonus, the particles look a lot cooler now with the new potion colors. So now it's time to find out exactly what Shadow Streak is capable of. I already showed off his speed, but if you were wondering what the 47 items translates to, it's 17.063 blocks per second. As for jump, we used to be limited to a height of 5 3/8 of a block. So here's 5.5 blocks, no problem, 5 5/8, and why don't we just skip straight to 6 blocks, and even 6 2/8, which seems to be the new limit. The next test is going to be durability, but I don't feel like putting up with these guys, so... Hey, my storage system still exists. Nice. Alright, so durability. What does that mean? If you remember earlier on, I said, believe it or not, not a single horse was killed in the making of this video. I made sure to word that very carefully, because Minecraft is a dangerous game, and I want to be sure that if I accidentally hit my horse with an axe,
Oh no!
that he's going to be okay. And don't worry, he basically no longer feels pain. But what if I accidentally rode him into a fire?
What happened?
Yeah, he doesn't care. Or maybe I'm riding along and I just happen to fall 100 blocks.
Oh no, how terrible!
That seems reasonable. Going on relaxing underwater walks, no longer a problem. Perhaps my aim is bad and I hit him with a stray arrow. A stray arrow. If I could actually... Nothing. What about falling into a random lava pool? It hurts.
Oh, really?
But if I give any effort to save him at all, I think he'll live. Let's say I was completely irresponsible. And I wasn't even paying attention. At night. Only 5 hearts of damage from a direct explosion. I think it's safe to say that unless I'm actually trying to get this horse killed, which I would never, he's pretty much invincible. So now that you've seen what Shadow Streak is capable of, I get... Alright, here it is. We're going to the world border. Before I set off, it's kind of important to make sure I've got everything I'm going to need, because I can't exactly just come running back if I forget something. I've already got all the essentials in my ender chests, like food and rockets, but there's also a lot of fun things that you can do at the world border, like making illegal blocks, creating super rare items, and other weird stuff. So what I'm saying is... Okay, that should be everything. This might just look like a bunch of random junk, but you'll see exactly why we need this random junk once we get there. Before beginning my journey to the end of the world, I thought it would be cool to let the members of my Discord server decide which direction I should go. And 80% voted for the north. Do they know something I don't? I'm not sure. But if you want the chance to vote on stuff like this, or you just want a server to hang out in and talk about, lemons, you can join using the link in the description. Even with the fastest possible horse and traveling in the nether, this is still going to take 62 hours, so I'm going to be using an auto clicker to move for me. The rest of this trip should be pretty straightforward. Okay, I've only been AFK for 3 hours, and the replay mod file for this session is storing so much data from all the new chunks that I'm rendering that it will barely load. And I'm afraid that it's not going to be able to handle a longer overnight session. So until we reach the world border, I'm going to have to drop the video quality a bit lower than my usual stuff, because I don't have the 1.5 terabytes to waste on this part. It shouldn't really matter too much though, because these time lapses are sped up so fast that it'll probably look like a blur anyways. There's also the fact that my world file size has increased by 5 gigabytes already, but it's fine for now. Alright, it's been 13 hours total now, and I was thinking it might be cool to check out what the overworld looks like in between AFK sessions. Maybe we'll find something cool looking on the way over. Or everything will look exactly the same. Well, that was pointless. My next stop was at the 22-hour mark, and after a little incident with a couple creepers, I was on the road again. And if you ever wondered what it would look like to travel about 300,000 blocks a second, here it is. I think all this running is starting to tire Shadowstreak out. He's not even moving his legs anymore. Okay, this is it. We've got about 14 hours left to get there. I'm going to leave it running overnight, and we should be there sometime tomorrow. I overshot it a bit. I'm going to build the portal right at x equals 0 so that it's exactly north. Let me just fix the video quality real quick. And here we go.
She's pretty, SpongeBob.
Now, before we get into the fun stuff, I think it's only fair if I bring Shadowstreak through so that he can see it too. Okay, so why did I bring all of this junk? Some of you have probably seen this trick before, but if you place a block against the border,
Bye, have a great time.
and then you place a piston, you can actually push 2 blocks together and create some illegal blocks. And if I just... now we have a little wall of them. But it's not just slabs that work. The possibilities are pretty much endless, and I spent 20 minutes just playing with different combinations. This black and white concrete block was probably my favorite. It was almost like TV static. Here's black concrete encased in glass, soul sand in glass, a fence post in glass, a failed experiment, obsidian in glass, obsidian and black concrete, sand and red sand, leafy glass, honey block and a slime block, a double piston block, and I was planning to stop there, but then this wandering trader showed up and he gave me an idea. So now I have an illegal garden. But I think you get the point with the illegal blocks thing. So let's move on to getting an item that nobody else has. I just need a couple of pigs, and we can leave them here for now while I work on this. And then I can take one of them and shove them in the hole, ender pearl outside the world border, Oh, hello. And you might know that you usually can't place anything outside the world border. But if you place the block off of a block that's inside the world border, it actually works. I can place a dispenser here, and a rail off of it. And if I throw some minecarts in and activate it, I can use it to place a minecart outside of the world border. And if I'm careful, I can use it to bring the pig to the other side. But what does this have to do with rare items? Well, I can pretty much guarantee that nobody has ever owned a pork chop that was cooked outside of the world border. Until now. So technically, I just created an item that is one of a kind, and I'll call it the otherworldly cooked pork chop. What am I doing with my life? And for my next trick, music that is out of this world. At this point, I was running out of things to play with, but this explosion was pretty fun. I also tried taming a cat outside of the world border, but it wouldn't let me feed him, so I had to settle for a cat that had once been outside of the world border, and that was good enough for me. I gave him a super dramatic name, vaporized that wandering trader from earlier, created this weird thing, and grabbed a tropical fish as a souvenir. So I've been messing around for over an hour now, and I've got one more thing I want to try before I go home. Yeah, for some reason I thought it would be a good idea to try to fight a wither outside of the world border. Okay, I knew it was a bad idea, but how many people can say that they've done that before? And I thought that as long as I stayed close enough to the border, it would be like any other wither fight. In theory, that should be true, but the combination of the blocks under me constantly blowing up and failing to go around this big hole meant that I was taking damage way too fast. That ender pearl bought me enough time to heal and fly out of there, and I was able to pick a better spot for round 2. So unfortunately, I don't get the bragging rights of killing a wither outside of the world border. But hey, at least I'm not dead. The sad thing about bringing a horse to the world border is that the only way I can get it home is by riding it the whole way back. And as someone who values their time, surely I can't justify spending another 62 hours just to... So, those of you who know anything at all about anything know nothing about this is normal. Yeah, I don't know what kind of bug this was. You'll have to ask bugs, but a simple relog seemed to fix it. It did cost me a few hours, but what's hours for me is often seconds for you, so it's no big deal. In fact, it's so little of a deal that I decided to waste another 4 hours by going the wrong way. Okay. If you've made it this far into the video, odds are you fell asleep. But in case you're still awake, you might have noticed that last episode didn't quite get us to that 3,000 day mark. So what I decided to do was use these extra days to collect some more of the mob heads that came out after I posted the original video. Sadly, the armadillo and the new wolf variants haven't been added to the data pack yet, so I can't do those. But the camel and the sniffer will probably take us until day 3000 anyway. So first of all, I'm going to need a few brushes. And then I'm going to need to find a warm ocean or a desert. Okay, I've found a warm ocean, and now all I have to do is use the brush on the suspicious sand until I get 2 sniffer eggs. Technically, I only need one, but if you couldn't guess by the fact that this is the first time I've touched anything related to archaeology in the year it's been released, this isn't exactly my favorite feature. Like most people, my need for this tier of loot ended about 20 minutes into creating my Minecraft world. I got one sniffer egg from the first group of ruins, but I had to fly a while to find the second group, along with the second egg. So before I head back to base to breed them, I might as well look for a desert village and a camel while I'm out here. After flying for about 20 or so minutes, I was only able to find one desert village. But unlike sniffers, I don't really have a need for camels, so I didn't really need a pair. After making the journey home, I placed down the camel head in the desert biome, and began waiting for the sniffer eggs to hatch. Once they did, it took another 40 minutes for them to grow up, but they gave me the torchflower seeds I needed to get another egg. And after one more hour of patience, I had the last head. And now you're all caught up on my hardcore journey so far. If you'd like to keep up with my future videos, consider subscribing and joining my Discord server in the description.